down the field more. If he has time, fires one that drives the tail off, and he's through. Inside the 15 of the Panthers.
What is happening, you guys? And welcome to another episode of the Fins Tailgate. I am your host, a.k.a. my tans. And tonight, on the tailgate party that never seems to ever stop, we gonna get into it. So I don't know about all you guys that follow me on Twitter. Even if you don't, as long as you're a subscriber on the channel, you should see some of the posts as I drop, just a post here and there. And I just took my Twitter post and I put it on to YouTube, and I did that. Thank you. Got some very interesting details on the Vic Fangio front. And I'll go into all that. And I'll give a little explanation. You know, I get a lot of people, well, you got no sources, El Capitan. Okay. All right. You're right. I have nothing. I don't know anybody. Don't know nothing. That's right. We'll get into it. Guys, hit the like button if you haven't already. Subscribe if you're new. If you're watching on Facebook, Twitch, and Twitter, come on over here to the YouTube channel and become a subscribers. Get in with the fams. Join the membership. If you guys are frequenting here, join the membership. Got tons of members around this month. We want all of the people to be recognized in the TFTG community by becoming a member. You get exclusive content coming out for you guys here in the coming months. You get emojis, and it's a great way to support the program and the network. We really appreciate it. It helps the channel grow, just like the donations, just like all the other good stuff. And me and the guys in the team appreciate it. All the money accrued in this endeavor just goes right back into it. We play in the long game. But I've come out quite a bit out of my own pocket for this endeavor, and I essentially do it because I love you guys. I love doing this. I love my Dolphins. And I've got a lot of people that have always, long before all this, tons of people I stay in contact with still to this day, obviously, always said that I should do something like this, especially with the Dolphins, as much as I love the team, especially with the people I know that could be very influential with this type of stuff as far as helping me, friends, finding people, just the whole thing, man. And I appreciate anyone who is a subscriber, anyone who is a member, and I thank you guys a lot. Keeps it growing, keeps it going. So thank you. Hit the like button, guys. Make sure you guys are checking out all the great content we have here on the network. The Fins Tailgate, myself, Lewis, the Rabbit Dolphin, color commentary coming at you. You got DTA with Dolphins Debrief. You got Late Night Exhale with Ali, which you guys will catch them tomorrow. You got some Shake Money stuff coming. You got some Roach stuff coming. We'll get all that put together sooner rather than later. Still just, it's a lot of moving parts, a lot of moving stuff, a lot of settling in, and it's a lot of honing in to get it done. and help support the channel through Cash App and Venmo at the Fins Tailgate. There's also a link in the description for Fanatics. And then
new seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
also a link in the description for our amazing gear. Make sure you guys are checking it out. It's right next to the Fanatics link, and there's all kinds of good gear there for you to get. Pick yourself up a flag. Make sure to represent. Also, guys, Backroom Collections partnered with the program. Offer code #TFTG will give you 10%. Check them out. Hit their website up. Look at their Twitter account. They do stuff that is unreal. So you guys will have a good time scrolling through stuff. If you want something a little special, they get signed things by like Christian Wilkins, and they do a great job giving you some good stuff to do. So make sure you guys are hitting them up and checking them out. And shout out to everybody that is in chat right now. John getting in here first. Salute, John, my guy. Marino's GOAT. What's happening, buddy? Carla, hello, Carla, who is a member. Tua is in your head. He's your worst nightmare. If he is succeeding despite the hate, excuse me. He lives and breathes. Okay. He lives and breathes for the love of Tuanon. So Tua lives and breathes for the love of Tuanon, because I haven't seen Tua ever thank his fans. I've never seen him address his following. In fact, I don't think he's ever did anything like that. I don't think he has. If he has come out and said thank you, where? Certainly doesn't do it on Twitter. Certainly doesn't partake in social media interacting with his fans. Tons of athletes do. I don't see him on ESPN doing interviews. I don't see him anywhere doing anything. I don't see his, significant other out there. Now, granted, not a lot of wives of quarterbacks or players do make themselves known, but plenty of them do. They got their Pinterest, their freaking Instagram models, whatever stuff. Again, I don't see him super active in being thankful for the support he gives or gets, excuse me. Not that I'm sure he's not grateful for it, but when you say something like he lives and breathes, he feels the love of Tuanon. He certainly don't act like it. Certainly isn't out there speaking to his fan base during this lengthy concussion protocol, reaching out and saying, I'm fine. No, what he does is he drops a cryptic message every now and again. That's what he does. Not a, hey, guys, I'm coming back to a 2.0. No, it's a next chapter in my life. Can't wait to see what this next chapter brings. The fuck does that mean, bro? You're under a concussion protocol. You haven't come out and said whether or not you're good or healthy. And that now followed up with what the news we heard about, him still remaining in concussion protocol. Still rumors surrounding that he's still in phase 1 or 2 of concussion protocol, which is a 5-part phase, if I recall correctly. Again, I don't really want to know that much about concussions because I don't give a shit. The fact that I know this much about concussions is bullshit. I don't need to know the phases. I don't need to know. I shouldn't be dissecting film saying, ooh, was that the type of hit that gives you a concussion? Oh, I don't know. Well, that's it. No. That's a definite concussion. He hit the back of his head. He's wearing a damn helmet. He didn't get bodied. He didn't get pretzeled. He didn't get friggin' annihilated. No, he got tackled at his ankle and hit his head. What the hell? He got pushed, laying on his butt and head. That's a concussion. I got some theories on how we've ended up in this place. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. David Iglesias, thank you, bud. Michael K., the resident Dolphin hater, a.k.a. Bill's Mafia member, a.k.a. TFTG member. Much obliged, my man. Kevin, what's up, buddy? Salute, newest member around these parts. NFL protects the players. Derek, don't worry, Carla. These folks hate Tua so hard. They hate him. I think you guys got to understand that I personally don't have a hate towards Tua. If anything, I would agree with the fact that I put a lot of Tua's shortcomings. They might get exacerbated because they are in concert with the shortcomings of the organization. He's a middling quarterback on an organization that has middling results, so it feels the same. 9-8, 9-7, 10-6, 10 and whatever, 10-7, 8-8, 8-9, maybe in the playoffs. One game out of the playoffs, just squeaking in. It's just the same shit. I mean, let's be real. It really is. If you disagree, then go look at the last 20 years of the Dolphins. From the quarterback position and from the execution as far as what the real goal is. And the real goal, at least my goal, and what they keep telling me is the goal, is a Super Bowl. It's our goal. It's a Super Bowl. Goal is the Super Bowl. Where is it? Donde es Super Bowl? Where is it? Where is my ring? Where is my replica trophy that I'd buy and have put over here behind me, and I'll get cut a year in there? I've got tats, right? I've been waiting my entire life to get a Miami Dolphins tattoo on my leg with the Lombardi and the year that we won it. Bro, I'm about aged out of getting tattoos damn near. I mean, I'll be 40 soon. I'm 3 years away from being 40. How much fucking longer do I gotta wait? I gotta wait till my skin gets wrinkled and then I put one on and I gotta, what the hell? Don't tell me about how good of a quarterback is. Don't measure him up against the greats because the numbers dictate. That don't mean shit to me. It doesn't. Wins, losses, championships. Wins, losses, championships. AFC champion, AFC East division winner. Give me it all. I want all of it. Give me the triple threat trifecta. Want to win the AFC East? Want to ride that all the way to home field advantage? Maybe throughout the thing if we get number one with a bye. God, dude, could you imagine getting a fucking bye week in the playoffs? Huh. Dolphin fans don't even dare to dream on that shit no more. Then win the AFC Championship game. Roll in. We have that whole week of anticipation. Oh my God, we're going to the Super Bowl. I don't even know what the hell that is. No. And it's a lot of people's fault. It's organization's fault. It's GMs. It's whatever. But a lot of people will have a litany of excuses. They'll give you they say it's reasons. This is the reason why this happened. This is who is to blame. Not me, the guy that just got out the building. The big bad wolf. I think we know what we're talking about there. Flores, he was the big bad wolf. He hurt Tua's confidence. He held him back. He was really healthy in those games. Flores wouldn't let him play. He was gritting his teeth and holding the football, going, please let me play, mama. I want to play my mom too, coach. Come on, bro. Get out of here. Come on, bro. I don't think so. I call bullshit. I call excuses. I call that if you were fucking good enough at football, no one would keep you off the field. If you're healthy, no one's keeping you off the field. That's it. You don't have to worry about someone not letting you do shit when you're the master of your own universe. And that's the kind of quarterback I want. One that can be undenied by anyone or anything. And if you don't agree with me about Tua not being undenied, then you're wrong. I'm literally here telling you I deny that I believe that he could be the guy. And there's a friggin' half the fan base that believes it. And you guys can go, well, no, it's only 30% of the fan base. Guess what? Everyone else outside of this football team thinks the same shit, damn near. It's like the entire NFL is like, yeah, Tua's pretty good. He lit it up this year. But damn, those concussions. Before this year, when he actually lit up, they're like, fuck, dude, you guys got screwed out of that guy. Very few teams, even ones without quarterbacks, would even accept him. They certainly wouldn't be happy if their franchise paid a ransom for him. So, hit the like button. Clement, what's up, buddy? Lucas, what's going on, my guy? Salute, buddy. Kevin, what's up, Kevin Lee? Salute. Lou, I see you in there. Andres, what's good? Scott. Yeah, guys, I'm going to get into the Fangio discussion here soon enough. And you know what's crazy? What's happening, Lee? You know what's crazy is it takes a while for people to then show up to the show. And I swear, like my first 10 to 15 minutes, I'm hot. I'm fucking coming in like a turtle. And a lot of people catch the show and they're like in mid form. They don't get me coming out of the gate like a blah. They don't get all that. They miss it. Y'all suck. Hit the friggin' notification bell and you'll know. You'd be like, damn, I need to make sure I'm here for when this bad boy starts. This Capitan coming in hot. Guns a-blazing. I'm dropping bombs up in this bitch. And y'all missed it. That's why I got to be like this before I give any substantial hardness to like a subject that I'm going to get into, Tua's concussion or Fangio being a Miami Dolphin. I got to hold off on all the good because people are going to miss it. Scars 305 says, or sends his dad to talk for him. Like, come on, bro. For reals, dog. Oh, he's coming back. His daddy said so. Listen, I'm first of all, run from the police. Where are you trying to hide? Mama's house. Mama or grandma's house. They gonna hide you from the police. Nah, he ain't here. Who the hell's gonna lie? Moms and dads would totally lie for their kids. I'd lie for mine right now and I don't even know what they did. I might whip their ass later, but that's because I'm gonna whip that ass. You don't do shit with my kid. See what I'm saying? Y'all take your high horse and act like it ain't like that. You're full of shit and you probably ain't got no motherfucking kids. So, fuck's out of here. Damien, what's up, buddy? Daniel Grassi, what's going on? Something isn't adding up. The tackle wasn't as bad as normal. How can Tua be in protocol this long? Neurologist C. It's weird, bro. Hundy McHundens. Bernie. Okay. Did you ever read Tagovailoa's time in the protocol has been deliberate as he meets with doctors and specialists? There has not been any setbacks. So he can't go to the Pro Bowl? They're playing flag football, for Christ's sake, Bernie. Bro, come on, dude. You can't do the underwear Olympics out there because of concussion? Come on, dude. Tua not going to make the Pro Bowl. First of all, Pro Bowl ain't for 2 more damn weeks. Or when's the Pro Bowl? Is Pro Bowl the week between now? I don't know. They change. They do so much shit. It ain't tomorrow. It ain't even next week, if I recall correctly. So it's probably the following week. It's weeks away. What the hell? Come on, dude. Seeing if he's got to see so many specialists for a hit that I can't tell you is concussion worthy for certain. And the NFL agrees with me, bruh. The NFL agrees with me. They said so. They did an investigation. It's probably the fastest investigation they've ever done to date. They're like, yeah, we talked to guys who looked at it. We said, I don't know what the fuck this kid's talking about. No concussion. We didn't see it. Nobody did anything wrong. It took longer to get clarification on whether or not he was in concussion protocol or not from the team. It took 3 whole days to figure out what the hell was really going on. He self-reported. The team told him to report. The team told him to self-report. The team then said, no, he reported to me, and then I reported to that, and, the doctor, and it's his doctor, and then he came up with a doctor's note. That's why he missed school. Come on, bruh. The hell are you talking about? There's no clarification. There's nothing written in stone. We don't know. And Tua certainly ain't come out and said shit. He ain't even so much as said a tweet. Concussion cleared. I'm healthy. Eyes good. Ain't said a wave. Know what he said? Chapter over. Next chapter, we'll see. Fuck out of here, bruh. With your cryptic bullshit. Motherfucker. I don't talk out of both sides of my mouth. I sees it straight. I look you in your eye. I ain't playing. I mean, I am a lot of times. But I ain't playing about this. Some bullshit with this concussion shit. Stats don't lie, babe. Tua is a top 8 QB. Oh, God, now. Top 8 QB would mean he would have been one of the 8 QBs last week. That's the only stat I care about, Carla. That's one. Babe. Top 8. I got a top 8 for you. A full 8, too, just so in case you were wondering. King Mill, salute, homie. Miss Fins. These are lazy fans. Miss Fins, I ain't no lie, because I know one thing. I certainly am not a lazy fan. In fact, I've gone from a fan to a contributor of the fan base. It's not just, hey, I'm a fan. No, I work for this fan base. I don't work for the Dolphins. I ain't trying to get a job with them. You can't buy me. Well, I take that back. You want to offer me some hush money, Miami, and you want to hire El Capitan in the network? Let's talk turkey. I will not be silenced, but I can be filtered for the right dollars. Feel me? But until then, I work for you guys. I work for you. I am your voice. And sometimes I'm the voice in the back of your head that you argue with. Sometimes I'm the one you agree with. I will be your angel. I will be your devil. I'll be your daddy, or I'll be your best friend. Thank you. DTA, what's up? Fred, hello, Fred. Make sure you hit the like button, Fred. Jay, what's going on, buddy? Cool, Rich. Tua is tissue. He's tissue. You sneeze right through him and go right through. Damn, not tissue. Players don't skip the Pro Bowl like they used to, Bernie. It's fucking dodgeball now, bro. It's fucking kickball. It's fucking flag football now. Okay? You know what players skip it? And here's what goes to what I'm going to get at. The players that skip it are the ones that are the alternates. Unless the alternate serves them in their PR status. Okay? Meaning that if I'm a quarterback that is the alternate in the Pro Bowl and I'm coming up on a contract, I'm going to want to go to that Pro Bowl. I'm going to want to show. Then I'm going to say I'm a Pro Bowl quarterback. But if it ain't paying you no money and it's all about the Benjamins to you because you didn't get on the first Pro Bowl vote and you didn't get that bonus, you don't go. And that's the real reason Tua ain't going. Ain't got shit to do with anything other than he ain't getting paid, or the latter. He is needing special doctors. They've got him up in a lab right now with the scientists from all around the world, the $1 Million Man. This is just, I mean, bro, it's, don't you guys understand that the conspiracy is the lesser of the reality problem? It's an equal, it's a greater problem that he's going to not go to the Pro Bowl because of a concussion, when I think that, yeah, it's not because of a concussion. It's because he found out about the 5th-year option, that they weren't going to pick it up, that the Dolphins had no intention of picking up his 5th year, and they were going to make him play through his 4th-year contract with no money coming in his future. They could franchise tag him, but you know what? Maybe he don't work out. Maybe they move off. Maybe they get somebody else in free agency next year. Maybe they draft somebody. But they don't want to be on the hook for $20 million in a 5th year if this is what they're going to get. And Tua and his camp heard about it, and they were like, yeah, I can get you right to the brink of there, but have the game in hand, and now my boo-boo hurts. Now I'm going to throw with 3 interceptions. Now I ain't going to play no more football. And if it was money-driven for Tua and the Tagovailoa camp, then yeah, he ain't getting the $2 million bonus to play in the Pro Bowl, even if he goes and plays flag football. It's either that or he don't want everyone to see up close that he looks like Mac Jones out there. Yeah, true. I would have made that an option, but try to keep it simple. So I don't know if he's a certified liar. Okay. Because he never says anything when it comes to the concussion stuff. He says things like, I don't have my diploma in that. I'm not a doctor. He stays far away from that. And he also brings up a lot of things about Tua. I've been trying to show everyone he's a good quarterback all year. I've been trying to prove to people what he can be, all that stuff. A lot of really interesting phrases that Mike McDaniel uses in his interviews when talking about Tua. Very what's up, FM? Thomas, Andres, I don't know if I shouted you out yet. Filthy Cat, I am a doctor. I know Tua is concussion prone. Is that right? Who is this Pedro Pascal looking guy? Talking about me? Talking about the actor? Is that Pedro Pascal? Is that his name? It's a dude from I don't know. He wish. Danny, what's up? I'm drunk at the bar and I can't hear shit. Checking in to see Tua's a bitch. Nothing's changed. Fins up, Tua down. Danny, take what, hammer him back for me, bud. Fuck. If I didn't have to be here, I'd be there. G, what's going on? He is a liability for muscle milk. Damn, G, fucking low blow, bud. What's up, Canes? All right. Hit the like button, everybody. So calling the Dolphins quarterback a bitch. So funny. I mean, whatever, dude. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. All right. So before we pry open the Tua nonsense, I'm going to address some things about the Fangio ordeal. So just to give you guys a little bit, because I get a lot of heat when I give out information that I get. What's up, Sax, man? Somebody else just jumped in here. Delusional. I see you, buddy. What's up? Batman's pops. So I get, as anyone you do anything on Twitter, you'll get probably more absolute douchebag haters than anything else, which, hey, whatever, that's part of the fun of it. I get it. And there's people out there, they just do it for trolling, and that's fun too. But I don't really play the sauce/source game. But I do have tons and tons of connections here in Florida. And I'll give you a little bit of a kind of an ordeal. My entire lineage goes back to Florida. My entire family has always been in Florida since the fucking Spanish were in this friggin' town. All the way in like the 1700s, my family goes into the state. From North Florida to all the way in Okeechobee. When Okeechobee was first founded as like an area, when the railroad started there, my family settled in that area. Back to when it was ruled by dukes and shit. Literally, duke. So, and then in North Florida, with the Menorcans and everything like that, like there too. My entire lineage on my father's side of the family is in the state. I've never lived more north in Florida than like St. Johns County area. So I've always, all of my roots, all of my family, all of my everything go back to before there was electricity. Okay. So when I say I have connections, it is because my family's roots are embedded into the soil. There is no Florida without my family's, is what I'm saying, as far as how it got here, what's going on, and how long it's been. So how do I know people? Because I've always lived here. My dad, born in Jacksonville. My family, the whole thing. We've just always been in this area. Tons of friends, tons of family, tons of people. And with that comes the respect and friendships and all that stuff. And before I ever did this, it was these people I leaned on to talk to about football, wanting to know things if they were true or not. So it's not why I look Spanish. That's actually more of on my mom's side with the Sicilian. But yeah, kind of. So yes, there is Majorcan blood in me. And from, Menorca is a small island off of Portugal. And my grandfather is from Sicily. So anywho, yeah, so like all of everything for as far back, and I've got some distant relative in all parts of the state for just an understanding. And then, I was born in West Palm. All my friends go dating back to the West Palm days. A lot of them are lifers in South Florida. I got family spread out through all over this state. So made a lot of friends in a lot of areas, through cousins and stuff like that, but also through myself, only living in the state, only partying in the state, only going around partying in Gainesville with the Gators folks, partying in FSU with the Knowles guys, partying down at UCF. I've been partied all up in this month. Every city, every strip club, everything, bro. Been to them all. Been to whatever. Anyhow, I ain't gonna tell you all that nonsense because as much as it's an unfiltered thing, some of that's my life. Y'all can fuck off with all that. But anyhow, through all these people and all this stuff, you meet people. And then also when you start up something like this, people you lose contact with reach back out. And through some of those reaching back outs, there's some more reliable sources like, hey, you wouldn't believe I could maybe give you something, this, that, and a third. Then also, real recognizes real. There's been a few people that have hit me up privately, through very, I would say, super minimally has it come where this is a person I haven't met that I end up meeting through this. And then it pans out into other stuff. Everyone else I've met, known, hung out, drank beers, partied with, whatever the case may be, as far as getting sourced material. So am I going to give you names, where, who, picture, freaking get? No, because I'll be honest, some of these people are so close inside of where the actual information is going to come from that it will affect their livelihood and it'll affect the people around them. And I don't want to lose a source, but more importantly, I don't want to lose a friend, and I want to hurt their lives. So if you want my information about my source, you can get fucked. You go ask that from Jeff Darlington. Go ask that from any other beat writer or source material on where they got their stuff. They're not going to tell you either. So anyhow, what up, Shake? So when it comes to the Vic Fangio situation, and I put it out on Twitter, and you can see it in the post, that as far as I've been made aware, they have come to terms, meaning that Fangio is happy with the presentation in which the Dolphins plan for what they would like from him and what they're willing to offer him, what it comes with title, and I'm told that it's a dual title. I haven't been told exactly what dual title it is, meaning he'll be head coach, or excuse me, he'll be defensive coordinator and like assistant head coach or whatever it is, game plan coordinator or something, whatever bullshit other title they give him. It's all just fodder because it helps with the contracting situation where, like, you know, they can say, yeah, you're the highest paid DC, but they don't want to be like pay you more than your head coach as a DC, because then that sends all kinds of wrong signals. But they will give him a multiple title thing where it can add up to equal to or a greater amount than the head coach with bonuses and stuff like that. And it keeps all the other nonsense from brewing over into that whole thing. Like, oh, Dolphins have hired Fangio, they're going to give him Mike McDaniel's job, which may be something that is in the cards if Mike McDaniel shits the bed. Probably will be once he's here as our defensive coordinator. Also, I was told that, you know, they rolled out the red carpet and then some for him. He was smitten with the whole ordeal of how they laid out everything and treated him. His connection with Dan Marino, both being from Pennsylvania, he was, you know, glowing about Dan. Him and Dan were hooked at the hip. They talked about personal things. I won't go into what I heard, but there was some real connection as far as that and this stuff. And then, you know, it was contractually, paperwork, presentation, game plan. He is in love with it. If he wasn't tied with a contract through the Eagles and legally could sign with the Dolphins, it very well may have happened that day and or the following day to being announced. But because of contractual reasons, he is he hasn't signed because he can't. But there's also some things he said, because he said, I promised my wife, there was implications that he needed to check with his family on a life-changing decision with all that, which you can expect. I'm not going to tell you verbatim what I was told that he said, because I'm not going to do that. But that, along with the only other sidetrack thing that could happen to the Dolphins losing out on Fangio would be if what's his name, Jonathan Gannon, went and took a head coaching job somewhere else, was offered and got a head coaching job somewhere else after the Eagles season is over, and that he could slide into there, essentially take the contract details he has for the Dolphins, present it to the Eagles, and they can match. But now there's been rumblings that Jonathan Gannon is not going anywhere. The Eagles don't plan to move on from him, and they're going to keep him. Now, that's not what I heard. And what I mean by that is that the Eagles had full intention of moving off of Gannon to bring in Fangio to be the DC. But now that it's coming out, and what's funny is this too, is that as soon as I put out the source material and that I heard about this on Twitter, 24 hours later, you're hearing that Gannon's staying with the Eagles from sources, beat writers and things with that. And I think that's signaling that the Eagles have heard from Fangio that, hey, I'm going to take this Dolphins DC job. So don't get rid of Gannon, because I'm not going to take the job. And there's also another thing that ties this. The Dolphins and the Eagles have done an immense amount of business with each other, from trades to everything. They've done so much business together. Every year it seems like they're doing some kind of mid-round trade or something like that, or some player swap dating back to Maxwell. You know what I'm saying? All the way back. They've always done business together. Their front offices are pretty clear with each other. This new and latest news about Jonathan Gannon staying as the DC, to me, is because they have confirmed and have spoken to each other that Vic does not plan to be their DC, so they're not going to let theirs leave, and that he's made them aware that he's coming to Miami. Now, everything else in between there, the other interviews, the Dolphins interviews, they probably will have one or two more with other people, stuff like that, to do their due diligence and everything like that. And God forbid the unthinkable happens regarding Fangio and what happens, health wise or something just unforeseen, God type of stuff. But this is going to happen. This is going to happen. And I when I got the news and had the conversation and everything, I have felt on cloud nine about the team, with a Mike McDaniel offense run and studded the way it is on offense, to a Fangio defense going to come in with that, that freaking D line and that zone defense, cover 6 type of action with the tilt one, and just, it's going to be beautimous with the way our whatchamacallit, our roster is currently constructed. I'm excited. I'm excited about it. And I'd be surprised if something came up and it didn't go through. And another thing kind of signaling it to me that this is definitely a Dolphins' full intention, is they need a DC. There's tons of candidates. There's only 4 teams left that are not in the playoffs. Why aren't they interviewing thousands of guys by now? Would they've interviewed 4? One of them being Fangio, another guy in their own division. They've already got the Rooney Rule taken care of. How come they ain't got 7 other guys they've listed that they're going to interview? Not going to go waste people's time. They're not going to do that to themselves. I'm telling you. So, yeah, I heard about that, Thomas, about the bidding war between Fangio and Carolina. I mean, when I see stuff like that, first of all, what can Carolina offer, not only as far as finances go? And I believe Carolina is Carolina a zero income tax state? I don't remember. I don't think so. Maybe it might be, but either way, it doesn't matter, because you can pick Carolina and need to build a football team, because that's what they're going to need to do. Is that what he wants to be a part of? Frank Wright's going to be the guy. What's it going to be? The all old man team? It's not all. I mean, they're all stars. I get that. Frank Wright's a good coach, but I mean, what's more likely for Fangio? I don't think, if it comes down to an absolute bidding war, finances, I don't think Ross loses. There's no way that there's a dollar amount that the Carolina owner is going to overpay that Ross won't match or beat. So that's just ridiculous. If anything, it's just a little bit of shooting out in the air and seeing what sticks for the Carolina Panthers and what's his name. So, but lots of tax. Yeah. So again, do I think we should try to get Lamar? Do I think? Yes. I think we should totally go for Lamar. Is that what I'm hearing that they're going to do? No, I haven't heard that. I have not heard that. But I don't know what the hell's going on with the team in that aspect. I have heard some other things as far as everybody's patting themselves on the back right now around those offices about the team, about getting to the playoffs, about the roster. Chris Grier, as much as fans want to point out his shortcomings and say how terrible he is and he needs to be fired, that is not the sentiment in the building. He is not on a hot seat. Nobody is. That's around there. Josh Boyer was let go only because they want to upgrade to a guy like Fangio. They got rid of him for a guy like Fangio. And all of that stuff is everyone's patting themselves on the back saying, we got this. We love our team. We love the direction we're going. And in that regard with Tua, I've heard that they plan to probably get his 5th-year option. Now, how I kind of took that is that it is what it is. His 5th-year option doesn't mean he's in his 5th. He's going to stay here for his 5th year. Doesn't mean if he fails in his 4th, he can't leave. It doesn't mean that if he does good enough and they trade him for a haul while he's still under contract, all those scenarios are still on the board. But from what I've gathered, they plan to take things currently constructed and roll out with Tua as the quarterback, and that they don't plan on going and picking up like a Jimmy Garoppolo as the backup or a Carr as the backup. They're not going to do it. That's not what they want to do. They don't want to take the resource and funds and have a $40+ million quarterback room. They don't want it. They don't. They're not going to go and get a quarterback and sign him for 2 years and then take Tua, who's they're going to pick up the 5th year, and turn around, and then the next 2 years they're spending $70 million, $60 million on quarterbacks, whatever the fuck it is. They'll have 30 here and 30 there, plus Skyler. Now they got 40 million, 35 million, 32 million, whatever the hell it is. Or they're not looking to do that. And if they do end up doing that, I'm going to go, well, why didn't they just go get one quarterback as a marquee quarterback, a la Aaron Rodgers, a la Lamar Jackson, or bring in old man Tom Brady in here for a friggin' last run? Why wouldn't they take the money and spend it on guys like that? No, they're going to take a $50 million position and break it up into 3 quarterbacks and say we're getting the same value as a $50 million guy in 3 guys worth $50 million. That is not the same shit. Okay? It's not. It's like saying, hey, I'm going to make, I don't know, I can't even think it. I can't even give you the same example off the top of my head. I'm just still prepared for it. It's not how it works. It's not going to work properly either. So hit the like button, everybody. Poll has 100 votes. I'm going to end it. 70% say yes, Tua is more concussion protocol or concussion prone, even though I did prawn. I didn't put the E. My fault, everybody. Hit the like button, everyone, if you haven't. Minshew would be cheap. Yeah, maybe, JM. Maybe they would go for a guy like Minshew, but I would be surprised if they spend, even the money they spent on Teddy Bridgewater next year for a backup. I don't think they're going to buy any backup. I think they're going to go with Tua, and they're going to roll with Skyler as the backup, and maybe they'll pick up whoever's left as a guy, a Reed Sinnett or something like that, a practice squad guy, not a veteran, not a guy to teach Tua, because the reality is those guys either aren't teaching Tua or Tua doesn't want to learn from them. And that's kind of the sentiment I'm getting on it, is that Tua doesn't want to learn from Minshew. He doesn't want to learn from Teddy Bridgewater. He doesn't want to learn from Ryan Fitzpatrick. He doesn't want to be coached by players. That's the sentiment I'm getting on that whole situation. So, and actually, what you're saying here, Jay, about the running back position, I have an article on that running back position that I'm going to get into. But yeah, guys, as far as the Fangio thing, that's what I have on it. That's it explained. That's the tweet explained. If you didn't hear it, go back and listen to it, because to me, my source is ironclad. It's where I've gotten a lot of the good stuff I've given to you guys. I just don't really call it out in this way. And then any of you guys who watch enough, you see I'll give a wink and a nod, and then shit comes around yonder, and you're like, wow, maybe El Capitan wasn't just playing on that one. And I wasn't. So, and I'm not really interested in taking what I know and using it in this type of way for whatever, because it's not worth it. It's not worth it to sit here and argue with people about what I know and what's really going to happen and stuff like that. And I'm not a big I told you so guy. Maybe I'll do it every now and again when you don't know nothing, da da da. I told you so to people more on Twitter than on here, because I just move. I'm too busy living my life to worry about all that nonsense. 88 the hard way. Shout out to 88 member up in this. I would not be mad if Minshew was QB2 to start the season. I mean, listen, I'm not either, but you know why, 88? Because like we all anticipate QB2 having to play football. I mean, if you look at Tua's history, he gonna miss time. Whether it's 3 games, whether it's 6, whether it's fucking the whole damn season, QB2 is gonna play some football. But to my understanding, the team is super high on what they have as a perceived upward trajectory of Skylar Thompson and what they think they can get out of that metaphorical juice from the orange. They can squeeze more from that fruit, they believe. With some more coaching, Skylar Thompson has a lot of the tools that they covet in a quarterback and not a backup in a starter. Now, I'm not saying Skylar Thompson is going to take his job, but they feel very comfortable with him being the guy that if Tua goes down or if things go wrong or if Tua sustains a concussion week 1 and is out the rest of the year, they're going to have a Brock Purdy situation where they got a guy they believe in and know that can get it done. I'm just going to hope that this is the year that they don't fail Skylar Thompson. Because the reality is this, they had to give so much attention and time to Tua that they couldn't give the coaching up that Skylar needed, because they had to give it so much to Tua. Just it. For the system change, for his shortcomings, for finding out what he can and can't do and designing a tailor-made offense. It took a lot of work and it took a lot of time, and it takes everyone. It's not just, hey, Tua, do this. It's, hey, Tyreek, you got to do this for Tua. Hey, Waddle, you got to do this for Tua. Route concepts, everything. Tailor-made. Then you're going to ask Skylar to learn it and play it the way Tua does. I'm hoping that they don't ask that from him. I'm hoping that they let him be the quarterback that he is, and that Mike McDaniel tailor makes an offense for him that way. But I also hope that Skylar takes it on himself, as I believe he would, to learn multiple offenses, to learn that offense, to be able to come in. So El Cap, I envision Skylar is watching this show right now, studying his playbook. Yeah, you know what? I think Skylar is got the thing that I believe you need to have for a football player. And that's killer instinct. That's a drive and a desire. And I said this last episode that I was on, that, Peyton Manning, who was a big guy, he didn't have, the strongest arm in the NFL, certainly didn't have a middling arm. It was a good enough football arm, and he can put it on the money, and he had great anticipation. But really what separated him from everyone was how much of a student of the game he was, how much he studied the defense he was going against, how prepared he was, and then how prepared he was in his offense and made sure the guys were around him prepared. Leadership, bro. I don't think we get that from Tua. I really don't. I don't think we do. I think we got a guy that comes to work and goes to work and does what he needs to do. And we've been told that before too. No, Mike, you're 1,000,000% right. Tua is a spot thrower. It is like here's where the windows pop and open, and then this timing, here's where they'll be. If that window is open, you can throw it there in this time. If it's not, look to the second window, and that window should be open. If it's not there, you're screwed, because I don't think he can get past 2. He doesn't have the ability to roll around and extend plays. And if he does, I don't know, man. It's just there's so many limitations when you extend plays and get out of the pocket. There's quarterbacks in the NFL, Lamar Jackson being one of them, that when they get out of the pocket, they can either run it and kill you with their legs if you've given them that room, or they can, like Patrick Mahomes type. If he gets out of the pocket, there's a wide receiver not just looking to come up in front of him, but you can send someone going downfield, and if they have the open lane, he can have the strength to put it out, across, down, and over for him. So Tua doesn't possess those types of skills. So when things break down and you got to ad-lib and you got to, do a shovel pass, you don't have the arm strength to shovel pass 12 yards down the field. We saw in the Green Bay game, he failed that. We saw he didn't do that. And that's the type of stuff that makes you great at football. That's the type of stuff that'll demoralize a defense. That's the type of stuff that makes this sport, the entertainment industry, that people love and want. I'm not saying it's what you need to have to get the Super Bowl, but I'm saying that if he was doing it, we wouldn't be having this conversation about him. We'd be like, yeah, well, that man needs to get his 5th-year option. They'd be lucky if they can extend him. They might even should extend him right now. So doesn't seem like that, bro. Jags junkie. It also seems like Miami is trying to convince fans that Tua is the guy. You're right. It is. There's a lot. You can also notice and see the puff pieces coming out. You can also notice and see, like, look, just before this concussion stuff, the Herald, the Sentinel, these things, all these stuff about and I'm not trying to hang out the guys to dry. I love all of our beat writers. I love Barry Jackson. Daniel Ofusier, new kid on the block, is great. I love his style of writing too, Daniel Ofusier. It's a super easy read from the Miami Herald. Super, super easy. Not like Dave Hyde, which he definitely writes like a guy who wins awards for his writing. It's very, I don't want to call it a run-on sentence because it's structured properly, but man, it is such a mouthful sometimes. You're just like, oh God, we get it, Dave. I got to go look up a fucking word to know what it means because you got some 14-syllable word in there. We get it. You're college educated and smarter than us. I'm a pretty well-studied individual, and it irritates me when you've got a word in a sentence, some adjective that really is just, grabbing your nuts. It's like, bro, it's a fucking sports article. It's not some political PR piece that you're trying to fucking tell me about some tribe somewhere that's being, invaded by the Chinese government and they're using, just some bullshit. I don't need all that. It's sports. Keep it simple, dude. Remember who your audience is and why we come here. Anyhow, I don't want to hang these guys out to dry. Alan Pupar, love Alan, but they're on the puff piece train. They're talking about, there's no reason why there would be any more than anyone else to his concussion proneness. And scientists say, you guys remember the article I just read not too long ago. And that now makes it fact. Now it's like, it gives fire to the people that will be like, see, Tua's never getting a concussion, never again. He's like, he never even had one. Wait till he comes back next year. He might as well be, it's like getting a car and driving it for 3 years and coming back to the dealership and you get it back and it's got no miles on it again. It's a brand new car. Come on down. Get your brand new car. So, no, bro, it's, I don't mean anything by the college graduate, Shelby. I'm just saying, we get it. You're fucking smart, bud. All right. Just remember, it's a football article, not a fucking, an op-ed. All right. So chill. Anyhow, there's that type of stuff's coming out. And then here we are. Well, Tua ain't coming into that Pro Bowl game. He's still in concussion protocol. It's been fucking 5 weeks. It's been 6 weeks or some shit. I think next Sunday's what? He got it on. The game was played on Christmas. It's been over 30 days now in the concussion protocol. He's still got to see specialists. Has this man got a chronic injury? Is this something they ain't telling us? Because I'll tell you what I am hearing is that this man still has concussion-like symptoms. That's why he's still in some form of protocol. And when the Pro Bowl is played weeks from now, they still don't think he's going to be ready for Pro Bowl. It's out there. It's games. It's dodgeball. What, they're afraid he's going to get hit in the head with a dodgeball and go out? Oh, my fucking God. Could you imagine? I don't want to laugh because it's terrible. Could you imagine if fucking Tua took a dodgeball to the face and just went out? Like, bro, first of all, if that happened, that is terribly sad because obviously he's got a real fucking bad condition. But you wouldn't help but laugh because you would literally think of the movie Dodgeball when he gets beamed in the head and knocks people out. If you could dodge a wrench, you could dodge a ball. 88 the hard way. Better have a solid backup. Hoopty if Tua's your daily. Hopty? Hopefully? Is that what you meant to put? Shout out to 88 the hard way for the $5 donation. Guys, be like 88 the hard way and get your comments up by donating. It helps the show. Yeah, I don't I get it, bro, but like, I mean, damn, dude. If I gotta go and get me Baker Mayfield or Carr or Minshew, and I gotta go, yeah, you're getting $8 million guaranteed. And you can make up to $12 million. Like, goddamn, bro. That means in reality, next year in the quarterback position against the cap, no matter what, you're spending $20 million. Tua's at 10. This new guy's at 8. And your rookie's at $1 million. There's $20 million. I mean, damn, for a couple mil more against the cap, I could have Lamar Jackson. I could have Aaron Rodgers. I certainly could have Tom Brady. If I'm going to spend that money in my quarterback room, I want one of those motherfucking quarterbacks. Why would I give it to a guy that I'm anticipating on missing games and paying someone to be the backup because I know he's going to miss games? Like, what the hell are we talking about? Like, it's ridiculous. What's up, Jersey Dolphin? I hope everybody's hit the like button. What's up, Blake? Member up in this month. I would be completely fine with passing Tua to the Jets. I don't think the Jets would take him. I don't think Saleh would like to take him. Why would he? Why would Saleh hitch his wagon to Tua? He's a defensive-minded coach. He already had a limited quarterback around there. It's just not going to happen. I don't know what they do with Zach Wilson, babyface. Do they move off him? I don't think so. I think they keep him. I think they try to get another quarterback while they're paying him. And next thing you know, they're going to that's the shit that people are talking about the Dolphins should do by going and getting Carr or Mayfield or something like that and having these quarterbacks and stuff. That situation is what the Jets should do. That's a Jets move. It's a Dolphins move as of recent, but that's something we've only recently done, and it's been a shitty idea. Ooh, we're going to have 3 quarterbacks. We have a starter everywhere we look. We ain't got a franchise guy, but we got a football player we can put in there as QB1. I want a franchise guy. We're rolling into year 4, and we don't know what the hell we got with this man. And that's my problem. You could tell me all what he might be, but I could tell you for certain you don't know shit for certain. That's the problem, people. Nothing. In fact, and I was on TD's show at the end of his show last night. And shout out to TD. I love that guy, man. He is quite the entertainer and quite the diehard Dolphins fan. And he said something, we were just chatting. I listen, we have more questions about Tua than ever. We did get something answered. He can play with weapons and feed them the football, and that can make him look like a top-tier type of quarterback. But we don't know we don't have the only answer I want. Is he a franchise guy? Is he worth the bag? Because you're supposed to know year 2 or year 3, and then that you're going to pick up the 5th-year option and know that you're going to extend him. But in those couple of years before you have to pay this man, that's when you know this is your time to strike, because you're not paying him. You are able to put all the money on defensive and weapons and go in there. You can be one of those 4 teams right now with the Eagles, the Niners, and the friggin' Cincinnati. All 3 teams playing with quarterbacks under rookie contract, while only one of them is Mahomes. That means 25% is the franchise guy. Well, I don't know if Purdy's a franchise guy. I know for certain they believe Burrow is, and I know for certain that the Eagles believe that Hurts is. But both those teams are taking advantage of what their perceptive franchise quarterback is still under their rookie contract, and I've gotten them to the final 2 games of the NFL. That should be us if it was right. That should be us if Tua was the guy. But it's not. We got to hope and pray that it's going to be next year that it's going to be the guy. And if it's fucking not, then we're screwed. Now we got to pay this SOB at least $20 million a year or an extension. Now we're on the hook for our whole friggin' franchise. You pay this man an extension, and that's it. Whether it works or doesn't, we are in a 7-year shittery. Unless he gets in and he'll be one of the few quarterbacks to win a Super Bowl while being paid millions and millions of dollars. It's happened, but there's been just so few, and usually those few are freaking freaks. Okay, they're goats in their own right. They're Manning, they're Brady, they're guys like that. They're Hall of Fame dudes. Like Patrick Mahomes probably gonna win another one. I don't think anyone would be surprised if Patrick Mahomes win one. Aaron Rodgers. These types of dudes, they're going to wear gold jackets. So you're saying before Tua gets one under his rookie contract, he's going to be more like a gold jacket guy. He's going to be making $150 million to win one. I'm sorry, but that's just insanity. Why? It's insanity, guys. Fun fact, El Cap. The starting quarterback left in the playoffs have only 2 missed games all season. What? What do you mean? Fun fact, the starting quarterbacks left in the playoffs have only missed 2 games all season. That's not a fact, Kevin, because what's his name? Purdy didn't play all the games. I guess Purdy wasn't missing any games either, because he wasn't he was healthy all year. He could have potentially played. He didn't play the whole season. He didn't start. Do I know Tua not the guy? He's not the franchise QB. He's average, below average, simple fact. Franchise. Listen, I agree with you. If I was to bet, I would bet no. He's not the franchise guy. That's it. If I was going to put my money on it. I've lost bets. I will pay that debt. He comes out and in year 4 wins a Super Bowl. I'll be like, huh, I was wrong. He did it. But I ain't going to be mad. I'll be like, oh, fuck yeah. Dolphins got Super Bowl. Man's the man. If and only if the Dolphins were to send Tua somewhere else, where would be the best situation for Tua? So there's a couple of places, and there's a couple of teams that I know well. At least I knew during the Deshaun Watson talk that were teams that were interested in him. So, hey, buddy. What's up, buddy? Hey, buddy. Stinky. I know, Mac. You love your daddy. Anyhow, I know of some teams that were interested in him. And two of the teams, one was Seattle, and I still believe Seattle would be interested in Tua. Because look, as good as Geno Smith is, well, as good as he was this year, probably be a coming back down to earth year next year for him. But also, there's, that type of quarterback style and play they've had success with. They think they can win with. Also, Carolina is another team. Carolina's owner loves Tua. Loves the fan base, loves that idea of having that Tua on in Carolina. So, yeah, it would be those two teams that I could see doing all that. So, that's what. So, but again, oddly enough, all right, dude. Okay, I love you. Yes. No. Yeah, I know. Okay. All right. Look, dude. You're gonna sit up here with me, but you can't be sprawled out like this. Stop it. Okay. Yeah, I know. Let me do my show. Okay. All right. Stop. Anyhow, stop it, dude. Guys, we got over 100 in here. I hope you guys are hitting the like button. I ain't looking at it. We've gone over the hour now. Make sure you guys are checking out all the great content we have here on the network. Myself with the Fins Tailgate, Lou the Rabid Dolphin. We've got color commentary coming at you. Dolphins debriefs with DTA. Late night color commentary with Ali going to be on tomorrow. Shake Money and Jaguars Junkie going to be doing some stuff here soon with the program. Also, guys, make sure you're helping support the show through Cash App and Venmo. There's also a link in the description for Fanatics.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Also a link in the description for our gear. Make sure you guys are hitting it up, getting some good stuff. And Backroom Collections, 10% off using offer code #TFTG. You guys can also support the show with the super chat. Good old super chat. We'd love ourselves some super chats. And then be a member. Hit the join button. Go there. Get in with the emojis. All the members get the cool emojis. You guys can put them in and show off the emojis. Everybody who's a member in chat right now, put up your favorite emojis so everybody can see what they can get also with all that. So real quick, before I got Ali and color in the back. They can hop up in this part if you guys want to. Come on up. But yeah, I'll drop the link and we can talk a little bit about all this stuff. But the free agent running back market is going to be a healthy market. There's going to be some guys and some names, and definitely, not maybe, definitely 2 or 3 of these guys are going to be on there. Which ones? Nobody knows. All right, dude, I can't do this anymore. Get off me. And I'm going to go through the names of free agent running backs that, some are restricted or might get picked up by their own teams. And others, maybe you just don't want. And I could see that as well. So let me just go through the list of some of the running backs that are going to be coming up. So the top tier of running backs, these are guys that are going to get the bag. They're teams that end up picking them up. These are going to be the guys that make the money. Starting off with the hot name that everyone keeps talking about, Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley is going to be one of the guys that are going to make, you're going to want that Christian McCaffrey type of money. Matter of fact, I'm going to put up these 4 names in the poll, and you guys can tell me if we were going to take one of these top tier guys, which one do you want? And if you guys could, I want everybody in chat to actively get in this poll, because I'm gonna go through top tier, middle tier, bottom tier of running backs, and maybe even like trash can or retreads. And you guys tell me through the poll which one you guys will want. Which top RB would you take? And we'll give it like, I don't know, 20 minutes, 15 minutes to get all of the votes in. So I'll put the names in. I'll tell you guys all of them first. Okay, hold on. Stop, dude. Dog. I know who I want if I was going to get any one of these guys. And they're all going to, varying contracts, but let's just, for the sake of it, say that they all get, close to the same amount. Let's say that it's a $50 million contract for these guys. Some will make 65 million, some will make only 40 million, but this is going to be your top tier running back. If you signed any one of these guys, they're going to be your running back under contract for the next 3 years, maybe 4 years. And you're going to have to pay them anywhere between 30 and 60 million dollars for those 3 or 4 years. So you guys tell me. Next guy up on the list, other than Saquon Barkley, is Josh Jacobs. Now, Josh Jacobs did have some injury type stuff in his career, but he's also been super, super effective when he's been out on the field. He's, a hard-nosed runner. I can't really. It's, when people say, "Oh, that running back's a scheme fit," I mean, damn, what that they're running backs. They can, if you're going to be a running back in the NFL, you got to be able to catch. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to know how to run all the different types of offenses. And really, it's see hole, hit hole, break tackles, have speed. Some got different stuff, whatever. Next guy on the list is Miles Sanders. Miles Sanders for Philadelphia. I don't really know how to feel about that guy. He certainly isn't the guy I think that would cost the most in this scenario of the top tier of running backs. Could he be your bell cow feature type of running back? I don't know. I don't really. Maybe. I like him, but I don't know if I'd give him that bag. The next guy in this list, and now I'm going to post it, is Tony Pollard. Now, Tony Pollard, to me, he would be the only guy that I would pay the metaphorical bag that we were talking about for. But, he's been great, with that 1-2 punch with Zeke up there. Zeke falls off and Pollard comes up. I don't really. The only thing is, and the weird part is that if like you got Tony Pollard, it would be like, oh, you're paying him the bag. All of a sudden now he's an injury-prone running back. You know what I'm saying? It seems like that's just how it goes with guys that are like Pollard, who have been like the bell cow, just carrying the workload, splitting carries with Zeke. But you see how that guy runs. But man, dude, I don't know if I could pass it up. But I think Saquon Barkley and Tony Pollard get the bigger deals out of these guys. Josh Jacobs gets the next big deal. And while Miles Sanders gets the smallest of the big deals. So Amicus says, please pay Zeke $20 million a year and set your franchise back another 5 years. Yeah, I know. That's what the Jets is gonna do. Jets do that shit. So I would like for you guys to get into the poll, vote on it. I'm gonna give it a few minutes. We'll see who wins the poll. There's over 100 watching, so I'm trying to wait until the votes get all the way up. Only 28 votes right now. Winning right now is Barkley. Then comes Josh Jacobs. Then Tony Pollard. 0 votes for Miles Sanders. That's my Dolphins fans. They know what's up. They're like, I ain't wanting that motherfucker here. I don't want him either. But he is what perceptively will be in that top tier of running backs. I know, bro. I know, Vic. He's just trolling. So yeah, Miss Fins, Tony Pollard. Yes, I agree. What do you think, Ali? Tony Pollard? Ali, you there? I can't hear you.
I had myself muted. Can you hear myself now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. I don't want any of them.
Well, we're gonna get into other names. This is tier 1 of running backs, okay? And what
Maybe Pollard if the money is right, but I think he's going to command a lot of money.
I think so too. I think him and Saquon. Now, if I was a franchise with a young quarterback, and or I'm drafting my rookie this year, I would totally pay one of these guys. You know what I'm saying? I would totally go. I don't want to say go for broke because I wouldn't go broke for any running back, but I would totally get a Tony Pollard and make him my bell cow to help out my rookie.
You mean if you drafted a quarterback this year?
Yeah, if I had a rookie, that's when you pay a running back big dollars. You know what I'm saying? You pay a running back big dollars when you're working on your O-line. You know, you get a rookie that you need to have someone back there to help them. A steady running game like that helps out a lot.
Oh, yeah.
So, but Pollard is, I think he's the best out of all three. I think the most dynamic is Saquon Barkley. I don't know. I just feel like Saquon Barkley's going to flame out. And then like the next 3 years, you'll never see him again. Like he won't even be a backup. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I feel like anytime a running back shines so bright like that, it's like they fizzle out. And I mean, like Zeke, you know what I'm saying?
I agree with you 100%. The other thing is that he's been injury prone. And granted, he had a decent season this past season. That's the first time since he's been a rookie that he completed the season. Last two
So when
seasons,
you see how he runs, you know what I'm saying? That's why.
So I'm afraid, like, we signed him for all this money, and he gets injured again, and then what? We're out of the money and out of the player. You know what I mean?
All four of these guys have had injuries.
Yeah,
all four of them have.
Yeah, that's basically
only 67 likes out of the 100+ people watching. What a bunch of douches, bro. Wow, I can't even believe you guys ain't hit the like button all the way up past 100 yet. That is some dirty stuff right there, you guys. That is just straight dirty. Right now, there's only 41 votes. I'm going to let it go for another few more minutes, and then we'll see who wins. But it's pretty close. Josh Jacobs with 29%, Tony Pollard with 27%, Barkley with 37%. So get the votes in, you guys. I want to know how the fan base feels. Is it Barkley 100%? Or is, Josh Jacobs? I like Josh Jacobs. I think Josh Jacobs is probably the most affordable and the guy you'll get what you pay for as far as the contract is dictated. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what I think.
Definitely. I agree with you.
But I also wonder about a guy like Miles Sanders, that if you got him, he would be the cheapest, and he might be the guy that actually plays for every dime you get out of him, maybe even a little more. You know what I'm
He's
saying?
healthy for this week, right?
Yes.
So my concern with that is I don't think you're going to get him on the cheap side because, as I'm predicting, he's going to be the Super Bowl winning champion, Miles Sanders. He just won the Super Bowl with the Eagles. That's my prediction. So he ain't going to be cheap. That's the reality of it.
And you've got a little something there. So
And plus, you just won the Super Bowl. Don't you think he's gonna? If he's gonna take a discount, it's gonna be the hometown discount to run it back again. That's the reality. Just like what's his name Fournette did with with the Bucks. I could see him doing that as well. That's an option.
Yeah, I could see that. That sounds. I mean, look, it's a legitimate take for sure. Josh Jacobs is now edging. It's 34-34, him and Barkley right now. Josh Jacobs just took the lead with 35%. Tony Pollard, 20. I can't believe Tony Pollard isn't absolutely smashing this. Like,
Josh Jacobs is the kid that was sleeping in his car, right? He was homeless for a bit with his family, if I remember correctly.
I think you're right. I think that was like the backstory thing.
I know he's going to cost a lot.
I want a hungry running back, bud.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know he would cost a lot, but if you're really gonna pay one of these guys, he makes a little bit more sense because of his background and everything. I could see him wanting to work for it. You know what I mean? He'd make sure he got, his game would match up with what we're paying him to do. Is basically what I'm saying.
So you're thinking along the lines that you pay a man like Josh Jacobs, and he is grateful.
Yeah,
he's super grateful for the money you've given him. He's super. What's the word I'm looking for? He's going to make sure to return the favor. So yeah, I got you. Bobby Supreme
hasn't really been in a winning organization, or someone that's considered a contender. So
well, these are going to be free agents, Bobby. But number one rule: never trade for a running back that plays in the NFC. You know what? You're right, bro. Those NFC running backs, I don't know what it is. They just don't seem to translate to the AFC. I don't know why. It's kind of like the SEC. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, they're great. And then they play an SEC opponent. And you're like, what the fuck? I thought this guy was good.
Because the NFC is soft, bro. The NFC is playing flag football while we're still playing tackle in the AFC. That's the reality.
The Eagles are about to win the friggin' Super Bowl. I mean,
there's always that one team. So
it's true. I don't know. Pollard to me would just look so good as a Miami Dolphin, just straight forearming guys and stiff, just that hard nosed running that he does. Like that would be cool. But all of these guys, again, for the dollars, I wouldn't take any of them. Right now, Barkley has reclaimed the lead. We're at 51 votes. I can't believe everyone hasn't already voted on this. Miles Sanders with his 6%. Tony Pollard 25%. Let's get it's been going for 10 minutes, guys. I'm going to give it one more minute. So I'm literally going to do it. So if you haven't voted and you want to vote, you need to do it now. Because literally in 1 minute, I am going to end this poll and we're going to move on to the next one.
Yeah,
if you don't want Barkley and you wanted Josh Jacobs, you need to vote now. If you didn't want either one and you want Pollard, you guys better start clicking it now because Pollard is way behind.
Yeah, you better click it now because I'm telling you right now, Barkley does not know how to run behind an offensive line like we have. So he'd end up getting injured right away. So make sure.
But he'd be great out of the passing game. You know what I'm saying? He would be very good out of the passing game.
That that is something. Okay, I give you that.
He is good out of the pass game. Josh Jacobs would be good.
We need a running back that can do both really good. That's what we really need. because we do need running backs still here. Look what happened when Wilson was down and we just had Mostert. We didn't have anybody to really back him up. And then when Mostert was down and it was just Wilson, he had to do it pretty much by
Wilson's
himself.
a guy. Remember, Wilson was a guy we had to go trade for. We didn't have anybody.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You know what I'm saying? We really came down to the nothing. So
100%.
All right. Well, I'm ending the poll right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Poll is ended. Let's see what comes up to.
They couldn't make their mind up, bro.
Apparently not, bro. Apparently not. We literally have a tie between Barkley and Jacobs at 33%, and in a close 27%, while Sanders 5%. Only 54 votes with the 100 people watching. Guess you guys just don't like hitting the like button, and you guys don't like doing that either. So next poll coming up for guys that are kind of more, probably going to be more affordable. You know, they're definitely not getting the contracts those 4 running backs are. There's more than 4 names on this list, so I'm going to rattle them off, and then I'm going to pick the 4 I think should be on the list. First guy coming up, Damian Harris from the Patriots. Now, you can miss me on some Damian Harris. I do not like him. He is a terrible running back. I don't like him at all. Not even a little bit. I wouldn't take it. You know, he did get like over 1,000 yards from scrimmage this year, and he got 15 touchdowns as a starter in 2021. Or excuse me, that was 2021. He got that. It was over 1,000 yards from scrimmage and 15 touchdowns. I just don't know. I won't take it. I don't like him. I don't think he's got it. No. Another guy that's on this list, Jamal Williams. Now, Jamal Williams, I could like it, depending on the money. Jamal Williams could be really good because he can, you know, he can fight for those short yard situations. He's a little bit bigger, you know, as far as a body type goes. He can fight a little bit. I kind of like him. He'll probably be one of the names I put on the list for sure. Another guy is Devin Singletary. Now, I don't think he ends up leaving Buffalo. I think Buffalo and them figure it out with Singletary, and Singletary's done some damage to the Dolphins over the years, you know, but I think he's more of a guy that benefits from having such a heavy passing attack and running attack from their quarterback in Buffalo, and that he just gets in fortunate situations where the team is spread out and he's able to get the ball in space on you know, draw plays and shit like that. I don't know. I don't really like Devin Singletary, but I'm going to probably put him on the list. Another guy is our own Raheem Mostert. Now, Raheem Mostert averaged almost 5 yards a carry for the Dolphins. He finished the year with almost 1,100 yards from scrimmage. He had his best, you know, year in a while, considering, you know, he's been injured a lot. So I don't know about him. As far as, look, the money might dictate that it's all right. And then the last or second to last guy on this list is Deontay Foreman. Now, Deontay Foreman, there's been questions about him as far as being a full-time running back, but after Carolina traded Christian McCaffrey away, they fed Deontay Foreman the rock, and he ended up coming away at the end of the year with 914 rushing yards and 4.5 yards per carry. And it's not like Carolina had a lot going on. He ran the ball quite a bit towards the end once Christian McCaffrey got traded. And I was impressed a little bit about him. And I still think he's got enough tread on the tires to warrant any type of contract you would pay him with these other guys. But the jewel, the apple of my eye of this tier of running backs is David Montgomery. I like me some David Montgomery. He is pretty damn good. Now, in this tier of guys, he'll probably be the most expensive. He's got a projected annual value of $7.2 million. I think that's right perfect for a guy like David Montgomery. I would, if I was going to pay a running back around these parts, it would be him. So I'm going to start the poll. Let me go ahead. Let's see. Get going here. David Montgomery. I think that's how you spell Montgomery. Let's put Raheem Mostert in this mode too. Which one should I put on here?
Damian Harris, the Montgomery.
You think Damian Harris for real? So the names again are Deontay Foreman, Damian Harris, Raheem Mostert, David
I like
Montgomery,
Deontay Foreman. I like Deontay Foreman too.
Okay, David Montgomery, Devin Singletary, and Jamal Williams. So right now I have David Montgomery, Raheem Mostert. I'll put Deontay Foreman on there. And then the fourth guy on this list, I don't want Singletary or Harris on there. I think Jamal Williams is the best option to put on. We'll do Jamal Williams. All right, so you guys tell me which one you guys think. Give you guys 10 minutes to vote on those four names. David Montgomery, Raheem Mostert, Jamal Williams, or Deontay Foreman. All four of these guys are proven running backs, would be great guys. I guess if they were your number one, you wouldn't be wouldn't be upset about it. And just to give you a little bit on all these dudes, Montgomery is one of the few starting caliber free agent quarterbacks who fell a bit below this year as far as Pro Bowl status goes. He had 1,117 yards from scrimmage. He had 6 touchdowns with the Bears this year with all the offensive line trouble. And remember, all those rushing yards, and Fields was the one really running the rock all over there. Kind of when you think about Montgomery, even though he's been this way when Fields there, he was there before Fields and he was pretty damn good too out of the passing. Montgomery is great out of the passing, and for being a smaller dude, he's pretty good at pass blocking. Now, Devin Singletary, who's not on the list, he had just under 1,100 yards for scrimmage and 6 touchdowns, just to kind of give you, I guess, as far as they were both in concert with the same kind of, running type quarterbacks. Definitely Allen more out of the passing game. But anywho, Raheem Mostert, you guys know already. I don't need to explain too much. I just told you about Deontay Foreman, who exploded on the scene after Christian McCaffrey left when he was given most of the bulk of the carry. Jamal Williams, who has to split time or split numbers with DeAndre Swift over there. He still topped over 1,000 rushing yards and led the league with 17 rushing touchdowns, bro. 17 rushing touchdowns.
Wasn't Deontay Foreman the guy that blew up Miami when we were playing Tennessee? He was in for Derrick Henry?
Yes. Yes, that's the guy you're thinking of. He's a monster, Deontay Foreman. He's a monster of a guy. He's huge. He's a really big boy. So, I mean, either way, those guys are going to be pretty good. You're probably right. There's going to be, some guys around there, some teams that might not be picking up guys like Cam Akers is going to be a guy that probably won't be back with the Rams, and like the Bucks, they might let go of Fournette. So those two teams are going to be probably in the bid for these guys that we have on this list here. I see Tampa going after a guy like Damian Harris. That's definitely going to be their way. And then probably, I mean, look, I think there's going to be plenty of teams in the market for David Montgomery. He does a lot of good things. I like him. I think he's pretty good. Right now, 25 votes, and Raheem Mostert is winning this poll right now, oddly enough. Raheem Mostert, where I butchered with the typo in his name. And Jamal Williams is in second with 32%. You guys got 7 minutes left to get your vote in. And also hit the like button if you haven't. Kahari, I don't know if I don't think Montgomery's that slow. He's kind of like a scat back. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he ain't the fastest in the world, but he makes guys miss. He can shed arm tackles. He kind of reminds me of like a Darren Sproles light. He's no Darren Sproles. Let's be real. Like Darren Sproles was just insane, bro. That guy was next level. You think, John, that the Bears will sign him back? I don't know. I think the Bears are going to spend a lot of money on that O-line, you know? And you're probably right. Like, it would behoove them to spend money on the O-line, spend money on running backs, and run the quarterback that they got out of, like, that just Lamar Jackson looking offense. Honestly, that's what I would do. The guy's got a hell of a cannon, but I don't trust Kermit the Frog at all. That guy looks like a Muppet. I don't think he's going to work out. I could be wrong. I had my doubts about a Lamar Jackson being successful, and the guy's fucking an MVP. The guy's legit as hell. So I don't know. And yeah, Montgomery does run hard, quick and strong, but not fast though. I don't know, man. I always Montgomery has just done so much good work over there at that team. I don't know how much he'll have left in the tank, but I like it. I wouldn't be mad at it for sure. He's got soft hands. He can get a lot done. K2, yeah, Madison's further down on my list. He'll be on the next one. Right now, the poll has 5 minutes left, and Raheem Mostert is up with 42%. Jamal Williams and David Montgomery are both tied at 25%. Damn, dude, you guys love Raheem Mostert, huh? I would take Jamal Williams or David Montgomery over Raheem Mostert. Just me. I ain't got nothing against Mostert. I feel like we made it out pretty fortunate that Mostert, wasn't out with significant injury and stuff after, he's a little bit advanced in age. He's older than all these other running backs. Mostert's, I want to say, how old is Mostert? Going to be 31 next year, right? I'm pretty sure David Montgomery is 26 next year, 27 maybe. And Jamal Williams, he's got to be young. I mean, he's got to be 24 next year. So give me the young 20 guys in their their early 20s to run the football. We got kind of fortunate with the production out of Raheem Mostert. I'm not saying don't bring him back, but if I had to choose the allocation of funds, Raheem versus any one of these other guys, I'm picking the other guy over it all the way. But there's also something to be said that Raheem knows the system, knows the coach, and knows how to get it done on this football team.
Raheem is still one of the fastest guys in the NFL.
You know what? Yes, but I'm sorry. I've seen Raheem go down with too many shoestring tackles this year, and he didn't break one for the long touchdown all year. So he got good yards. He played a lot. Had 4.5 yards per carry or whatever the hell it was, almost 5 yards a carry.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see the Raheem Mostert that was in San Francisco. I saw a guy who can still be a greatly effective running back in the NFL. I didn't see the guy that everyone was dying to put on their fantasy football team, just straight house and touchdowns. He didn't do that. So, not that Not that
technically,
Montgomery or Williams isn't going to do it either. You know what I'm saying? But I think Montgomery and Williams over Raheem Mostert can do what Raheem Mostert did for us this year, and they aren't going to go down with a shoestring tackle, and they're going to fight through the in between the tackles for short yards. We need it. Raheem can't do that. If it's a 3rd and 1 halfback dive up the middle, I'm not comfortable with Raheem doing that. And I know Dolphins fans, they'll go, oh, you could just, have Alec Ingold do it. Well, no.
well, I am going to be a Dolphin fan, but I'm not going to say Alec Ingold. I'm going to actually say maybe that's part of the issue with McDaniel. He doesn't know how to draw up the right running plays for Mostert to get those yards. I mean, think about it. When we should have passed the ball, we ran the ball. And when we ran the ball, we should have passed the ball. I mean, that's the reality of it.
I get that. It's because he overthinks stuff sometimes, and I get you there. But like, sometimes everyone's gonna know you're running it. They're gonna stack it up. They're gonna be taking, blocking for the run and everything like that to defend the 1 yard. And you got to go, yep, we're coming at you. We ain't getting tricky. We're going to go in this way. And I don't think Raheem is the guy that can fight through those tackles. In fact, the Dolphins didn't think so either because they would put Wilson in for that kind of stuff. I would rather put Jamal Williams or David Montgomery in there. So we literally have less than a minute, guys. Get your votes in. Only 38 votes right now. There's 100 people watching. Hit the like button, everyone. Donate to the channel. Become a member. Go, and get this vote in. All right. I'm going to give 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. This is your last chance, guys, to get your vote in. And the poll is about to end now. Raheem Mostert wins. 36% take Raheem Mostert. 31 David Montgomery. 26 Jamal Williams. And Deontay Foreman with a nada. I mean, he got 4, but might as well not be anything. All right. So the next tier of running backs that are on here they're not necessarily full on bell cow backs. These would be guys that you would consider to be more along the lines of complement backs. And there's a name on this list that I would love to have. This is actually probably my most favorite category. These are all running backs that are very likely type of running backs to end up with the Dolphins, and they won't command the money that the top tier guys will get, but I think probably will have just as effective of a career, if not some of them will be even better than some of those bigger guys. Hold on, let me put these names in here real quick for the 4 for this. And one of them on this list is like, I would be super ecstatic. Again, they all have different things that would keep people from, whether it's injuries or inconsistencies, fumble. Some of these guys have fumbled the ball sometimes, and have had that in their history. That's a big no-no, as you guys, and nobody likes a guy that fucking fumbles the football. But some of them have gotten it corrected. Last guy I've got on this list
There's a guy that we haven't mentioned.
Well, I'm sure I'm going to get to him at some point.
Oh yeah.
So the first guy that's coming up on here is our own Jeff Wilson Jr. So Jeff Wilson Jr., as you guys know, he had some injuries in his past, was, in rotation for the Niners. The Niners ended up trading him away while they get Christian McCaffrey. They allocate the funds, to spend big. And he did good for us, guys. Let's be real. I wasn't disappointed in it. I don't hate it. You know what I'm saying? I don't hate it. There's where is he? Hold on. Let me find it. Huh. I don't give any of his stuff. Teams that I hear that are interested in him are the Chargers, though, actually. Chargers are interested in Jeff Wilson, just so you guys know. Another guy I got on this list is Latavius Murray. He's had his issues, but he's pretty solid out of, as a Raven and stuff like that. He's been pretty good. I like Latavius Murray. He's all right. I think for the money he would command, it would be pretty affordable for him. Another guy I like on this list is Alexander Madison. I dig him a lot. He's a solid contributing running back. Jeff Wilson-esque. If we ended up with Jeff Wilson or Alexander Madison, I'm not going to be mad. The wild card in this list, and the guy that I really like, is Rashad Perry, the running back from Seattle. I like him a lot. Now he got a broken fibula, and it's just he's always getting injured. But when that son of a bitch is on the field, dude, he is dynamic.
That
he
is
is so dynamic, but he gets injured. I'm willing to let the team. Dude, I'm gonna kill this fucking dog, bro.
No, I understand what you're saying about Rashad Perry. He is injury prone, which is a concern thing to me. Also, I've heard in the past he shows up to training camp out of shape, and that is a concern to me too. Yes,
but I wonder if you could get him on a steal. I mean, because of the injury stuff like that. Like,
it's true.
I wonder if they could. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. He's so good. When that guy plays, he is unstoppable, it seems like, until he gets injured. Then he's stopped forever. He ended up finishing the year this year with the final 5 games that he came back from the fibula. And he just got this fibula. But in those 5 games, he had 671 rushing yards and 6 touchdowns. So his career has literally been derailed by injuries. But the bargain bin of this is Jeff Wilson. They're saying that he's projected for like $3 million a year. I'm game for that. You know what I'm saying? Madison, I really like as well. Let me see if they got a projection here for what he's gonna get. Let me see. Nah, but Madison averaged 4.1 yards per carry, top 90 rushing yards in 3 of his 4 starts in 2021. He has been, stuck behind Dalvin Cook. So that is what happens to teams that have a marquee running back like a Dalvin Cook. You get a guy like Madison, it's a 1-2 punch. He probably won't cost a lot. It'd probably be somewhere close to what Jeff Wilson is as far as contract go. Jeff Wilson's averaging, 2.7 to $3 million a year for his contract. Madison might be the same. But they might go, nah, da 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 da. We want to get the guy but maybe the Dolphins lose out to Jeff Wilson because the Chargers pay him more, or the Rams end up picking him up as their starting bell cow running back. Well, then Madison's a good, viable option. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
A lot of these teams are going to be switching. Latavius Murray as a Denver Bronco did pretty good. So I don't know. I like all these dudes, but the one that is like the wild card to me is the Rashad Penny. I know it sucks because it seems like he misses more time than he plays, but when he does play, it's pretty freaking dynamic. Right now, the poll is overwhelming. Everybody wants Jeff Wilson back. And you know what? It would be the right thing. He played hard for us. And, but if you want to be real, Jeff Wilson has injury concerns too, just like Rashad. But when Rashad gets on the field, he's taking over games. They're leaning on him that whole game. Jeff Wilson, now he's done good work for us, but he's more of like an Alexander Madison type, split carries. He can come in, but he's not taking over football games. He hasn't. He's never taken over a football game, at least that I can remember, whether it's the Niners or the Dolphins. The reality is they'll probably end up signing him. They traded for him. They're going to sign him. But that don't mean you got to pick him, But I'm looking at the poll now. There's only 26 votes, and he's got more than half of them. You guys got 6 minutes left. If you want somebody other than Jeff Wilson, I suggest you start voting now. If you want Rashad Penny or you want Latavius Murray or Alexander Madison, you better friggin' vote now because Jeff Wilson's winning this poll. Apparently, the Dolphins fans love the running back room. They want to bring back Jeff Wilson. They want to bring back Raheem Mostert. They can't make up their mind on who they want out of the top tier, whether it's Saquon Barkley or Tony. Was it? No, it wasn't Saquon. Was it? It was Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley that were the top two in the first poll, right? They were split 33%.
Yeah, it was Josh Jacobs and Saquon
Barkley. So sounds like Dolphin fans would rather keep what they know in the running back room. And then they're split on Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley. Now, there is some other running backs that we're going to put up on this next list that I like all these guys. These are very good dudes that in a lot of ways they have special, talents where, catching the football, they can do really good. They don't get a bulk of the runs. They're always like a 1-2 punch kind of guy. But a lot of them are going to want the money too. Like all these guys are believe that they're good enough to get the money. But they're all behind top tier running backs. So, and there's 5 names I've got here, and it's really super hard to pick the 4, but I'm going to pick the 4 that I think. We've got 4 minutes left on this poll, and still Jeff Wilson smashing it. I think I'm just going to go ahead. You guys got
in this room. You need to vote and hit the like button, please.
I know, right?
Ridiculous.
I'm saying. I got 32 votes up in this month. So you guys got 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes left to get your vote in. The next 5 running backs, 4 of them are easy to put on it now that I look at it a little bit harder. And I know who I want. Well, actually, I'm kind of torn between 2 of these names on here. oddly enough, this is going to be the hardest 4 running backs to pick because they're all very similar as far as how they've been used, where they are in their career, and how they would be used if the Dolphins were to pick them up and pay them. And for the sake of argument, we're not going to go, well, this guy definitely wants more money than the Dolphins are going to be willing to pay. Let's just say that they're all going to be brought in for $4 million a year guaranteed. All of these names, no matter what. Got 1 minute left, guys. You know what? Fuck it. You guys win. Jeff Wilson going to be your guy now. Look at that. We're running it back. Dolphins fans want to run it back on everything. We're running it all back. We're running it back. All right. Man, these guys always I'm trying to get their names spelled properly because I'm tired of butchering their names.
I'm interested to find out who you got on this list.
Oh man, they're it's definitely a good list. A good list.
The reality is, even if we sign Wilson and we sign Mostert, we still need a third running back that can fill in, pretty easily.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if they bring them both back. I think they only bring back one of the two, and if they were going to only bring back one of the two, it's going to be Jeff Wilson. So
I'm gonna go with that. I think they bring both of them back because I looked at their market values. They're very similar and they're still very inexpensive. You could bring both of them back and then spend money on a really good, someone that's above their tier a little bit. I mean, we need a third down running back. That's the reality of it. We don't have that on this team.
Well, this is your third down running back, guys. The guys that can come in and block really good, the guys that can come in and catch really good. All right, so here's my list. Kareem Hunt.
Thank you.
Giovanni Bernard, Jerick McKinnon, and Samaje Perine. All those guys are super similar. So McKinnon, Kansas City Chief, he leads the group as far as the receiving goes. He wasn't really used in 2021 until like the playoffs, and then in the playoffs he racked up 315 yards in the 3 postseason games that he was in. And in this year too, he's been in this year they used him a lot out of the passing game. He had 56 catches for 512 yards and 9 touchdowns for Jerick McKinnon. So as far as a third down pass catching back, you're gonna see him pretty good. Now, Giovanni Bernard is getting a little bit long in the tooth, but he did pretty good with what's his name being injured all year for Tampa. Now, I remember him being just really good for his first 9 years in Cincinnati. But as far as a guy is going to be cheap, you can depend on Giovanni Bernard. I would not be upset if he was the backup guy or the third running back, and I think you can get him for a decent amount of money. Kareem Hunt, his production did fall off some. He got, he hit his average. He literally averages 35 catches a year, and that's how many he caught. Now, when he busted into this bad boy in 2017, he had 1,300 rushing yards. But, after that, he's just he's been, I don't want to say pedestrian. He's been more of the change of pace type guy. He's good blocking. He's He's a good.
He does catch
He's
the
their
ball very
He's their
well.
primary pass catcher. He's got very soft hands as far as that guy. We'll call these guys all the pass blocking and pass catching. These are your third down running backs. I think Kareem Hunt will want the most money in this. And all of these guys, again, have varying amounts of success. Like Perrine, he's been around for a while too. And he was on Cincinnati. He's done pretty good. He finished this season with 38 catches, 287 receiving yards with 4 touchdowns. His passer rating when targeted, Perrine, and I remember seeing Perrine kill us in the passing game. You know what his passer rating is when he's targeted? 113.8. That son of a bitch catches everything. He catches it all.
Yeah.
So, and the market value for him is significantly lower. Hunt is going to be the most expensive. He's going to want like $7 million a year.
That's what his market value is exactly.
So,
but then again, if you come to Florida, you're not paying state taxes like you are in Ohio, which the state taxes are pretty high up there. In addition, in some cases, the cost of living is actually lower in Florida than it is in Ohio too.
Not Miami.
So, maybe not so much Miami, but I mean, just in general, you know what I mean? You're not having to pay for, heating and air conditioning throughout the year. And there's different things that actually are cheaper. Gas is cheaper here than Ohio, believe it or not. So I mean, it just depends.
How the fuck is gas cheaper in Ohio when we
I'm
literally
saying
import?
It's cheaper here. It's cheaper here than it is in Ohio, is what I said.
Oh, okay, all right. I was gonna say, how the fuck is it cheaper in Ohio? That doesn't make no sense. I was gonna say that don't make a fucking lick of sense, the bastards.
No, it's actually much cheaper than Ohio here in Florida.
So Jerick McKinnon to me is the he's a pass catching guy. I don't really his blocking. He's a willing blocker, but let's be real. He's not as big or as strong as Perrine or Bernard or Hunt for that matter. But he doesn't have the injury that like a guy his size would get, and he's got speed for days too. So I would be interested.
Yes, go ahead.
I like him, and I could see him being super dynamic in this offense, especially out of the passing game when you have him in the backfield and flex him out as the 5th wide receiver. You really put pressure on teams, spreading him out wide, and then you got, could you imagine seeing Tyreek Hill in the close in the formation, and next to him on his right is Waddle, and then all the way out wide is McKinnon? That would be terrifying. It'd be hard. You'd stack everybody on that side as far as the back end. If you had Smythe on a little freaking bubble screen, coming to the other side, he'd have no one there to stop, but other than the man that was covered him, that's a linebacker. You know what I'm saying? Another guy that's not on this list that you can get, he's like cheap and he can do all these things. Rex Burkhead. He's kind of in this same category, if you want to be real. He's been a good blocker, Did
he play for the Chargers?
No, he played for the Texans. That's why everyone forgot about him. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah.
He's been forgotten about on the Texans, but he's got 192 career receptions, and he caught 37 this year. So he still is just as active. All these guys caught the same amount. Giovanni Bernard, he caught 40 this year. So, and that's his average is 40 a year. So, or no, he caught 35 this year or 36 this year, and his average is 40 receptions. Again, Bernard, I think would be good. All these guys, I don't think if the Dolphins pick up any one of these guys for the money that they're worth, the only one I would question would be Hunt, because if they're going to pay Hunt $7 million a year, you got to make him your number one. You know what I'm saying? So I could see them being like, yeah, we're going to bring back Jeff Wilson, and we're going to bring in Giovanni Bernard and then another guy. And now they're only spending, under 10 mil in their running back room. Or say they bring in Jeff Wilson and Perrine, and those two guys have $6 million. Then they draft the guy, and they pick up a UDFA. That sounds like the running back room of the Miami Dolphins. Am I right or am I right? You know,
That's probably right.
those two dudes and that whole thing. Let's see what the poll has going on. I knew Kareem Hunt was going to run away with this one. There's only 27 votes, but he's got 63%. Perrine has got 19. Bernard has 11. And Jerick McKinnon, man, only 7. I don't know. Odd. You guys are haters, all of you. You guys hate football. Let's get this next list together. So, these are guys. There are 4 guys. These are the backup guys. They're quality backups. You guys got 2 minutes left to vote. I think Dolphins fans would be happy with a Kareem Hunt and a Jeff Wilson backfield. It's like a 1-2 punch. But I think that's just too much money. You're spending at least.
I don't think so, bro. I mean, you could sign Mostert and Wilson for the similar amounts that what you paid them this year, which was about what, $2.5 million each.
Yeah,
and
but Kareem Hunt catches the ball better out of that. I think
yes, he does, and that's where you spend your money on is Kareem Hunt. Imagine Mostert, Wilson, and Kareem Hunt backfield. I'm sorry, that's electrifying to me. I would definitely want to watch that.
I would personally, I would rather them take that because the same amount of money that you're spending there, because that's say 13 million on the cap. You could spend the same amount of money and probably get Mostert and Wilson, Jerick McKinnon, and Perrine or Bernard, and have 4 guys. You could pretty much any of these other 2 names on here you could buy with the same money Kareem Hunt wants. So you could say
how's the injury status on these other running backs? Because out of the running backs that you've showed us on these lists,
all of them are healthy.
Kareem Hunt is pretty much the only one that, in my opinion, that you really haven't seen season-ending injury or no injuries.
Well,
you know what I
Perrine,
mean?
I don't think has ever had a season-ending injury that's of noteworthy that I can think of. Giovanni Bernard either, and Jerick McKinnon. No, none of them. None of them ever are big injury guys.
What about the other polls we had some injury guys, right? With Saquon Barkley, even Miles. I think he was Miles Sanders. He was a injury kind of prone kind of guy.
Even Pollard and Josh. It's funny because the top tier guys that are going to make the most money all have gotten injuries. But I guess that comes with the territory. They're getting injured because they're freaking running so damn hard.
Yeah. The other reason I kind of like Hunt, and it looks like he's even gone up even higher in the poll now. I like him because he's run a similar offense or running scheme that we run. So I'm not saying that he's going to know it better. I'm just going to say that when you saw him in Kansas City, they ran a running scheme very similar to what McDaniel wants to run. And look how effective he was. He led the league with 1,300 yards. What was it, rookie season he did that?
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. He was a fantasy machine on my fantasy team.
Yeah, so 2017 was fucking ages ago,
I understand, but here's the other part of it, though. The other part of it is he still has a lot left in the tank because he hasn't had to put the wear and tear a normal running back in this league has had to do. He's been behind Chubbs, and he's been able to sit back and be healthy a lot of the times. He can come here and he still has a lot to put on the table. That's all I'm saying.
I guess.
We'll agree to disagree, Captain. It's okay.
All right, I'm putting these other names in here. Now, all of these guys are what you would consider to be like backup guys. Some are long in the tooth, some are a little unproven. Some may have had injury things. Insert reason here why they've ended up on this list. So here's the 4 names. We've got Myles Gaskin, Matt Breida. We got DeAndre Hilliard and Mark Ingram. Now everybody knows Mark Ingram. He's a Pro Bowler. He's 33 years old. He's gonna be playing next year. He's gonna be a backup. He was a backup this year to Alvin Kamara. He only rushed for 233 yards this year. So he is a leader in the locker room. You know what I'm saying? These are all guys that are picked up after everyone's left. You know what I'm saying? The only one that might get, well, we got Myles Gaskin on here. I don't know. Somebody might covet him. We'll probably see Myles Gaskin with a Patriots jersey on next year. That's how that'll go. And Myles Gaskin, you know, what did we see him? 10 snaps all season. You know, we've had Matt Breida in here. Now, Matt Breida, scheme fit. They know who he is. You know what I'm saying? He's still got some twitch and some speed. Hey, could we turn around and have Jeff Wilson, Raheem Mostert, and Matt Breida as our running backs and pick up, you know, a rookie or a draft pick or a UDFA? Is that what they do? Fuck, could you imagine, bro? Could you imagine if they did that whole thing? DeAndre Hilliard. Now, Hilliard, I kind of like. He's not very dynamic, but he gets the job done, and he runs hard. He's been the backup to Derrick Henry. He could catch footballs pretty good. He's a blocking guy. He had this year 325 yards and 4 touchdowns. You know, as far as just a rotational back goes, I like him. I'm not opposed to it, bro. I'm not opposed to the Hilliard.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. Not a bad idea.
I mean, Ingram, to me, I don't know what he's got left in the tank. You know, I guess if he's the third down guy or something like that, you could like him. But, I mean, he's going to be 33. I don't know. Hilliard, to me.
Would you bring a Matt Breida back?
I wouldn't, but I think they would because of Mike McDaniel. And, I mean, look, I see.
I mean, he's fast. He fits that mold that they want.
I don't think any of these guys are going to get a contract. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to be called after. A lot of these guys are going to be brought in as camp guys. They're going to get, you know, the $900,000 guaranteed, and they can come to camp. And if somebody goes down, they could end up with the job. You know what I'm saying? All 4 of these guys. Dontrell Hilliard might be the one guy that gets the contract. You know, someone goes, yeah, we want you to be our rotation guy no matter what. The Bills, I could see bringing in a guy like Dontrell Hilliard, honestly. Friggin', he's pretty decent. I like him. Dolphin fans apparently do not want Myles Gaskin back in. Only 9 votes. Man, you guys are some lazy muss, dog. Hit the like button and vote on the poll. Right now, Ingram is crushing it. He's got 40%. That means 4 of you guys voted. 3 of you guys voted for Matt Breida, who's right behind Ingram, which is crazy to me that all these guys are going over. And I would have thought Hilliard would have ran away with this just on the fact that he's younger. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely understand. I mean, I wouldn't want to bring Gaskins back myself, to be honest. I kind of felt he doesn't fit what they want at running back, kind of. I think he's a little bit too small for what they want.
Hilliard?
Not Hilliard. I'm talking about Gaskin.
Oh, yeah, Gaskin. Yeah, Gaskin needs to go to the NFC. That's what he needs to do. He seems like a perfect NFC scat back.
He's from, I think he went to Washington or something like that. I think he'll go to Seattle. I really think that.
I think so too. I think he would do good there. I don't know. Maybe they bring him back. You know, just say, hey, see what you got, homie.
Breida, I'm kind of on the fence. It makes sense because of who our coach is.
What do you guys think? You guys think I need a sidekick Bills Mafia guy on the show? Like Amacius says, he says, El Capitan, you need a sidekick personality that can push you into conversational greatness. You need Bill's Mafia. I don't know if Bill's Mafia is associated with anything in greatness, dog. I mean, just be real.
Maybe you need to associate with us. I mean, we at least have Super Bowl rings. Just saying.
At least I'm good looking. That's all. Not saying you're ugly or anything. I'm just talking about how good looking I am. So let's go back. We've got Hunt, Mostert, and Wilson all coming out on top. I'm gonna do a quick poll between Barkley and Jacobs to see which one pulls through.
I was gonna suggest that, so that's a good idea.
Yeah, we're gonna do a quick poll right now. Ingram is still winning, but it's only by slight. This is the closest poll yet. It's 20%, 27%, and 33%. Miles Gaskin got 20. Hilliard got 20. We've got 4 minutes left. We need to find out who this winner is. We're gonna do kind of a bracket situation. I like that. We're gonna do a poll of the polls, the pulley polls. We're gonna touch our polls together.
Shh! Don't tell them. No, I'm just kidding.
I cracked myself up, bro. Cracked myself up.
Here on the Fins Tailgate.
Welcome to the Fins Tailgate. You know what? Good call. Let's do the rundown. We already passed the 2-hour mark. Guys, make sure you're hitting the like button. If you haven't, you're a scumbag, and you obviously ain't going to hit it now. I've been going for two and a half hours almost. You ain't hit the like button, then hit the dislike button. I don't care. Just do something. Donate to the channel, you lazy bums. Make sure you guys are getting in and checking out all the great content. Look at the screen and read them all. Look at the Cash App. Look at the Venmo. There they are. Donate, guys. Make sure you're checking out Fanatics. Make sure you're checking out our gear. Make sure you're getting yourself a fire hat, a beanie. It's cold. Warm up with the TFTG blanket at night. It'll be nice and cozy and make you feel all cool. And Backroom Collections. Hit the like button. Donate. Become a member. Get the members up. I want to start next season, Ali, with 100 members. You think we could do that? We've got over 4,000 subscribers. We're almost at 4,500 subscribers, which it would be so cool if we had 100 members on the channel.
Mm-hmm.
That would be such a huge milestone to have 100 members. We're 100 solid strong. Honestly, the membership, the subscribers are great. The viewership is great. The like, share, all that stuff. I appreciate everybody, the support. When we can get the members up into a high thing, I'm really going to feel like it's going to be a great amount of support. So when we come up and roll up on the Dolphins membership style, we're not going to start asking. We're going to start telling. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let's see. Man, this is pretty close, but looks like Mark Ingram is pulling away. We got a minute and a half left, guys. 37% for Mark Ingram. And behind him is Matt Breida with 26%. Then Miles Gaskin with 21%. And Hilliard all the way at the bottom. You guys just want like the jersey? Is that what it is? Like Mark Ingram, the jersey? Like I don't get it. Like Mark Ingram, I feel is kind of washed. Amicus? Oh, all right. Amicus. I got you, buddy. Not Amacius. Amicus. Okay. Got you, bud. It's Latino for a friend.
It's
Thank
Latin,
you.
friend.
I got you. I said Latino because I'm going to. All right. You guys got about 30 seconds left. Get your votes in. Breida and Gaskin are tied at 24, while Ingram is edging away with 38%. Rolling down. And Miles Gaskin getting closer. Oh, he gets closer again. Man, everybody wants to run this bitch straight back. And we've hit the 10-minute mark, and Ingram wins. All right, so we've got – let's do this quick, guys. I'm only going to give 5 minutes on this poll. It's going to be – what was it? Barkley. And who was the other one that came in second? Do you remember? Oh, Jacobs.
Josh Jacobs. Yep.
Yeah. Which one, guys? These guys had both tied. So, there we go. Boom. I'm gonna do a quick poll on this one. Josh Jacobs or Saquon Barkley? Which one do you guys want?
I know what my vote was.
Yeah. I would pick Jacobs personally.
That's who I want, bro. I mean, think about it. We talked about, like we said, he was hungry, his background. He's always going to work hard for it, and he's appreciative to it. You know what I mean? It's not like pay me, just because of who I am. You know what I mean?
He's not worried about his Subway commercials. He's not the RG3 running back. I got you. Well, Salvan Ahmed, I think he's a restricted free agent if memory serves me correct. I don't think Salvan Ahmed goes anywhere. I think no matter what, he's got on this football team. Plus, I feel like he took steps forward in the things we wanted. Now, he's not been a bell cow guy, but I feel like he got, I don't know.
He played towards the end more than what Gaskin did. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Who's Juicy J? Is that any way to welcome a member of Bill's Mafia? Who's Juicy J? What's he talking about? There's someone in here.
He's talking about
calling Jay. I got you. Juicy J. Okay, all right.
We don't welcome anybody, but everyone's welcome.
Everyone's welcome, but bring your own beer, bud.
Yeah,
bring your own beer. I mean, we could trade beer. Looks like you got a PBR there. Greer's obsessed with Alabama players. Yeah, Kevin, could you imagine?
I swear, if we get Jahmyr Gibbs, bro, I'm gonna be pissed.
Nah, I'm never pissed. I'm a Dolphins fan. I live in.
I'll end up rooting for the guy, but still, I mean, there's other positions I think that are more important that we have to make sure we get it right, bro. That's all I'm saying.
So right now, for all you Saquon Barkley fans, he is getting obliterated 70% for Josh Jacobs right now. We've only been going 2 minutes. You guys need to get the polls in now. Make it happen. We're doing a quick one. Because our next, what do we have? Mostert, Wilson, and Hunt. And then we'll put this guy as the fourth name on which one you guys would want the most out of the poll there. I'm liking this. This is working out pretty good.
Hit the damn like button. It's the most free thing you can do on YouTube.
How about don't hit the like button, but donate? How about that? I'll take that instead. That would work.
There you go.
Well, we've got 91 likes, so we just need 9 more likes to get over the 100 mark. That would help out, guys. So make that happen, Captain. That would be nice. Yeah, that 70 show. Bring your own. Or, you can match, dog. We can match. You can match. I'm down for the match. All right, how much time we got left on this poll? Damn. We got 2 minutes left, and Josh Jacobs is pulling further away. Man, there's been so many people high on the Saquon Barkley train. I thought Saquon would have just rolled this bitch.
Well, they fizzled out just like the New York Giants, bro.
Well, that's true. But then again, I mean, the Giants, what wide receivers did they have? You know,
Giants, what they had, what's his name? Darius Slayton.
yeah, okay,
Yeah,
yeah, and
I can't name them to be honest.
exactly, yeah, exactly. There you go. Like offensive weapon wise, they didn't really have a lot of weaponry, and they had like a quarterback nobody believed in, and that coach came in there in a division that went from being the NFC least to actually being pretty damn competitive with, you know, just look at it. Look at the teams in there. Like, wow, what a turnaround for the NFC East from
Yeah.
being how bad they were to how good
Kenny
they.
Galladay's there, but I don't think he had that like a most amazing season.
No, but I mean, they kind of made names for themselves this year.
Yeah.
The wide receivers, as far as going into the year, they were just a bunch of dudes.
That's true.
You know.
Mhm.
All right, so Jacobs has won this. It's 70%. It hasn't changed. So, all right. This poll we're gonna let stay up for a minute. We're gonna find out which one. Hunt. Jacobs. Wilson Jr. and Mostert. Which one, guys? This one I'm gonna leave up for like 20 minutes, and we'll get a good read on this one. Unless I turn around and it's just a runaway, and there's 50 votes and it's 80% for one of the names.
Man, I'm watching the poll and I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah. Just
9
running
votes
away.
in. It's Jacobs. This is taking the whole thing, bro.
Yeah. Jacobs is crushing it right now. Only one vote gone the other way. Let's drop the link, bud. I'm willing to hang out for another hour. What do you think?
Yeah, that's the most I can do anyway. I got kids running around. You want me to go ahead and drop it for you? Or you already did?
Yeah, I got it. Oh, man. Let's do a Josh Allen poll. I don't know. Is that Greg? Oh, Greg. What up, Greg?
Yo, what's good?
What's good, homie? How you been, bud?
I mean,
What's
I
up,
know.
DTA?
What's going on, man?
Nothing.
How are you guys?
Doing good, bud. Doing good. Josh
right,
Jacobs running away with this poll. How you been, DTA? I know you got some stuff going down, but things been all right.
Yeah, things been all right, man. Just lost a good family friend the other night. He's actually our neighbor. He's my dad's. When my dad was a cop, it's his.
Well, you kind of broke up there, man. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. We lost DTA a little bit there. He's already going through it now.
Can you hear me there?
Yeah, I can hear you now. That sucks, man. Health complications or
So he's actually like literally my neighbor, like across from me, literally on our street. But he was my dad's. When my dad was a cop, it was his partner's uncle. But so he's been a friend of the family. But I grew close to them because him being 86 years old, I was always over there helping him and taking care of. I met him through my dad and my parents, and so since I lived near to him, I ended up always going over and mowing his yard. I do stuff for him and fix things at his house and everything for him because him and his wife were old, and he's just like super nice guy, man. Like didn't deserve it, but like literally, I think it was a month. It was around the same time that my dad found out he had prostate cancer. Jim found out he had cancer, but the difference was Jim was like already at stage 4 and it had already spread everywhere, so there's nothing they could do. So then like 3 weeks ago, I ran over there because I saw the ambulance out there and they took him to the hospital. and talked to him a few days later, and he said, yeah, they said I have about a week and a half to live. So and it was almost dead on. I think it was just over that week and a half, bro. And he it's weird because
Oh man, lost
a couple weeks ago, I saw him. Somebody keeps calling my phone. I'm sorry, but yeah, a couple weeks ago, I saw him standing over in the driveway, like changing a battery out on the car, and then a week later, he's gone. Like it's just weird.
Jesus,
but he got
bro.
cancer from that, and then just dealing with my dad. My dad's about to start his treatment for his, so it's just a whole lot of shit going on.
Damn, bro. When it rains, it pours, DTA.
Yep.
Bad news usually comes in 3. So, hold tight, homie. Hold tight. Fuck.
Appreciate you guys, man. Yeah, I'm hoping to get back to it. Hopefully get my shit together, get back to coming on tomorrow, maybe do a show tomorrow afternoon or something.
Yeah, man. Take your time. You know where it is. We'll hold down the fort for you. Family's always first. TFTG family will do our part to, keep things, rocking and rolling around here. When you got time and can make time and, just want to get away from all that stuff, you can always do what you got it, dog.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I definitely want to, get my mind out of the way. So I'll probably do something tomorrow just so I can get my mind clear for a little bit. But yeah, I still watching, man. Love all you guys. TFTG family, man. But I
appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate
Go ahead
you
and
guys,
take your
man.
phone calls, man. I know you got family and friends calling and shit. Go ahead and do it. I know someone's calling you right now, so we'll be here, dog. Don't worry about it.
All right, brother.
All right, man. Later, bud.
Later.
Y'all hit the like button. DTA going through it. Make sure to when he does get on to support, hit the like button, share. It's we sacrifice plenty and a lot, and real stuff. Gets to some real stuff. So prayers for DTA and his family, and all that other stuff. Amidst health stuff like that, it's kind of something you take into consideration when we talk about Tua. And here is that Jay? Is that Juicy J? I see.
I guess I'm waiting
Juicy
for.
J. Is that? Oh, you're waiting for.
He says he's going to come up, so I'm keen to hear from him.
He ain't coming up.
Nah.
He's not coming up.
No, he thought he thought he was gonna call you on his like he bluffed you or something.
Oh,
no, that's not him.
He should come up here. He's got a lot to say about the Bills.
That's Geraldo.
What's going on, fellas?
Yo,
up,
how you doing, bro?
So yeah, I wanted to come up here because I have a friend who's a Giants fan, right? And me and him were talking. And the rumor going around is Jones is going to come. Daniel Jones wants $30 million a season to be the Giants quarterback. But I was telling him, like, yo, Daniel Jones, yes, he's improved, but he's also been sucking some games. And I'm like, that's what Tua's been doing. He's been having good games, and then he has sucky games. And then we were talking about, well, if he pays Daniel Jones and we pay Tua, we're just gonna be average because unless
it's another Tua run. It's another Tannehill run back. It's another Tannehill run back.
And then we were talking. He brought up a point like unless we have an elite quarterback or a quarterback on the rookie contract, you're not going to be competing. And I'm like exactly. And then he said both of our teams are going to end up like the Raiders and Vikings, average, great talent but average quarterbacks.
Yeah, man, it's rough, bro. Like literally. This season, I don't want to say it's the end all be all because to me this was the season end all be all as far as whether the Dolphins need to pivot off of finding someone else. If Tua doesn't win the damn Super Bowl next year, chances are he ain't never gonna win one. Like it becomes so overwhelming with once you have to start paying him and all that shit. Like it's just crazy, bro. Like
you guys realize how dangerous it is to have him on the field next year, right?
Well, I mean, look at Jay. Jay's pointing out right now.
Hold on. I'm going to be straight up. It's not about being, just an average team or whatever. I don't care about. What I'm saying is, as an organization, as a team, And as a player in all different phases, having him on the field and that one hit could be the end of all. Do you know how dangerous that is, bro?
Yeah.
That's like playing Russian roulette with every fucking game.
Every time it goes down, I'm gonna.
It's not just on Tua. As a team, you have a responsibility, and you know people are going to get sued if something happens to him. You guys realize like everybody and their mom is going to get sued one way or the other. That's why I'm like, what are we doing? Why are you guys? I would like really want to be 100% sure there's nothing that could happen to him before I brought this guy back. I'm just being honest.
I mean, it could be a Damar Hamlin situation, but with a different result. You know, it's risky.
Yeah, something like the head. The science behind concussions and the head. There's stuff about it that we don't even know. We don't know.
You know why? Because there's no way to study the brain while someone's alive and not affect them from the brain study. You know what I'm saying? It's literally impossible because that's how vital the brain is for anyone who doesn't fucking know that. Because you might, if you don't know that, it's because you ain't got a brain. Okay.
It's just a huge risk. And I don't know. I will see it's remained to be seen what the Dolphins actually do, because we're probably not going to do anything until after the Super Bowl. But for me, you're betting on a lot. You have the risk is like massive. Well, and the reward is massive at the same time, I guess. But go ahead.
Like John Featherland said, you know, it's something like this. Like, you know, what are the long-term effects for these types of injuries that Tua is sustaining? I mean, look at, and you know, like Muhammad Ali, we saw how Parkinson's tore him up at the end, and you can't tell me that wasn't in direct correlation with him taking the punches from Joe Louis like he did. You know what I'm saying? Like, is Tua's long-term health? Is he going to be 35 years old and, you know, talking like a baby? I can't remember the name of the freaking running back, guys. I want to say it was like Freeman, Deontay something. Somebody, he was on the Falcons.
Yes,
what's it? Devontae Freeman?
Yeah, something like that.
Devontae Freeman. And he had gotten concussions. And there was this, dude, it's such a crazy news article that came out. He was running from the cops, driving on a four-wheeler in like a residential area in Georgia. Okay. And he was running from them and stuff like that. And like his mom, they were like, oh, ex-NFL player gets caught, run from the police. And then it went like super hush-hush, the whole thing. Because his mom came out on like the local news and was like, listen, you guys don't understand. This is not my son is not the man he was that was a few years ago. He had taken so many concussions. He's got like the mental capacity of like a child, she said. And like he was talking, or like she had like a video or something, and he literally was like a little baby, like a 7-year-old kid. He like stares like through you when you're talking to him, type of thing. It was freaky. It was super, super freaky to see. Yeah. And she said it was the CTE and concussions that did that to him. And that, you know, he went from being like a young man that like kind of lost his mind in some way. And like, it was the craziest crap ever. And like, like I tried searching for it the other day. Let me see if I could find it, because it was super weird. Let me see if I can find it. What's happening, Brian?
Hello?
What's going on, buddy?
How's it going?
Well, I mean, it's 11:59, and Danny Crossman is still our special team coordinator. So,
I definitely see the issue with that, bro.
But I thought we were firing people because we wanted to improve our team. What a whole load of bullshit!
He'll get fired. All guy.
Yeah, but the special teams, that you know, we could still do that, to be honest. And there's no rush for special team guys, to be honest. Defensive coordinators, yeah, there's a rush because you want to make sure you get the best guy. But you know, I see what you're saying, though. If Fangio gets the hire, I mean, maybe he brings his own special team coordinator with him. Just saying. Could be a thing.
I don't know.
I don't care who's tagging along with the DC coordinator. That man should have been fired, just like Josh Ward was fired. If we're firing to upgrade this team, then we need to do it all the way, not halfway. And then we want to use Danny Crossman as a scapegoat when Tua shit the bed next year, and we're gonna say, "Oh, it was our special teams." Because now here's the old line running back and Josh Boyer. So next season, what is it gonna be now? The special teams?
No, it's going to be Tua getting injured again because his head, it's not right.
Oh, man.
It's going to be deja vu all over again. That's the Miami Dolphins.
Bro, there's part of me that doesn't even want to watch next year.
Well, I'm with you too, Greg. I mean, fuck, with Tua as our starting quarterback. Holy moly.
Yeah, you're lucky because I'm a season ticket holder. This is like year 5 for me, and I'm dreading.
Well, don't renew.
Year, to be honest.
Don't renew.
What section are you in?
100s.
Okay, all right. I this was my first year with season tickets. I'm in section 342. I'm looking to move down though, so I'll probably be somewhere up there, around there somewhere soon.
Oh, sweet, for sure, dude. Yeah, man. I've been a season ticket holder for like 5 years, and it's just been dreaded for these last 5 years, and especially on the last game here, because I was there for Christmas when I saw Tua just absolutely just threw that game with those 3 interceptions. What's even worse, I was there in the visitor site because I wanted to talk shit to all the Packers players. Yeah, I look like a dumbass at the end of the day.
Yeah. My it was funny. I was watching that game. I had my whole family here for Christmas, and when Tua was throwing the game away, I went and took a shot of tequila, and I sat myself in the kitchen and helped my wife cook. And she goes, "Why aren't you sitting watching football?" I was like, "Fuck that game. Don't even talk about it."
Oh shit,
bro.
Like, Ali, hold it down for a second. I'll be right back.
No worries. Go ahead, Greg. What are you saying? What's up?
If I had family over during the game, I'd probably got grounded.
Well, usually when I'm watching a game and it's not going my way, I get very loud and aggressive and angry, and I curse a lot. But when I have the whole family over and I got kids running all over the place, if I do anything, my wife will probably like leave me or some shit. But I just took a shot and sat myself in the kitchen and was cooking. That's all I did for the rest of the time. It was like ridiculous.
I took a nap after that game.
Yeah, that's it's actually funny that you said that because as soon as I saw Tua threw that second interception, I left the stadium and I was on my way going back home, calling my wife like, "Hey, I'm coming back home." She's like, "What are you doing? I'm watching the game. They're still playing." I'm like, "We fucking lost this game. I'm not wearing this Tua jersey any fucking more."
No, I had my Tua jersey. I took it off after the second interception.
Yeah. I actually want to blame myself. Everyone can blame me for Tua, throwing it away and everything. I bought myself. Listen to this. I bought myself a Tannehill jersey, and he ended up becoming a bust right afterwards. And now I haven't bought a player's jersey, and then I bought Hill's jersey, and he's panned out, so that's good. So I'm like, okay, well, finally Tua's showing something, and I thought he was really gonna show us. And I buy a Tua jersey, and this is what happens. And I'm like, yep, I'm not buying quarterback jerseys ever again.
Yeah.
Never again.
Retro? Did you get the retro or the SeaWorld?
No, I got the Nike fashion jersey. It's that grayed out one that looks really nice, to be honest.
Wait, what about the Tom Brady jersey? You're not gonna go get that one, Ali?
Well, to be honest,
Oof. That's a tough one, to be honest.
I'm afraid. I want us to win a Super Bowl, bro, and I really believe in that curse. So I really don't want to buy that jersey. But I have another reason why not to buy his jersey. Even though you guys in yourself feel that Tom Brady is the greatest of all time, I'm still not a fan. So so I'm going to say no. I'm not going to buy his jersey.
I would consider buying it just to troll my friends.
Nah, that's a lot of money just to buy a jersey, just to trade. I'm good.
Speaking of Geraldo, I liked what you said about walking out. I mean, have you guys ever done that before at a professional sporting event or anything? Like walk out of the game?
Whenever me and my dad go, we're there to the end no matter what because we spent the money. Might as well. Even if it's
So funny story. So Last season, I was there at the Tennessee game. I think we all know what happened in that Tennessee game against Tua.
Yeah.
I was walking out with my friend, and next thing you know, I hear that the Tennessee, you could just hear them over the loudspeakers. The fireworks are going up. That they scored another touchdown. Yeah, that's not my first time walking out of a Dolphins game. If I see that it's not going my way, I just walk out. Yeah, I already paid for the season tickets. It is what it is. I mean,
That game was in Tennessee, though. That game was in Nashville.
Yeah, I was there. I was there in Nashville.
Okay.
Yeah, he was saying he was at the game.
In Nashville? Okay. I misheard.
Yeah, I was over there because also during that time I was also in the military station in Nashville, so it was.
Oh, fair enough. I'm not quizzing you. I misheard. That's fine.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, definitely. I like soccer too, right? And I am a season ticket holder for Orlando City Soccer, and I go to the games and everything. Well, it was like I want to say it was like 3 years ago. I swear, I think I walked out of half of the games that season. I was so pissed. I mean, but then again, MLS soccer tickets are a lot less expensive than going to NFL games.
Of course.
They're like a quarter to a third of the price, to be honest.
Yeah,
so for me, it's like so much easier to walk out of those games. Like NFL games, I'm like, I can't walk out. I've already spent too much money. It's like, I can't do it. So that's why I was questioning if you guys do that or not.
Yeah,
hey,
no, for
Allie,
sure. Yeah, for sure.
Can you buy the nosebleed tickets and just sneak down there, or do they got something set up to stop you?
Well, to be 100% honest, that's a good question. The last game, and Geraldo might be able to say something about this, but the last game that versus the Jets, it was weird. They had not only did they have ushers at every single gate checking tickets, they had police officers at every single gate. So that was the first time all season that they asked to see my ticket walking into my gate. I was going to my right seat. I don't move around personally, but they never asked for it until then, and that was just weird. So I don't know if they're going to do that for the rest of the season next year or what. I don't know.
So what I noticed for this past season, it was in the beginning of the season after the first 3 games, obviously when we had that 3-0 streak. It was like, oh, let me go check your tickets. Halfway into the season, when we had that 5-game losing streak, they were not checking tickets whatsoever until the last 2 games, the Jets and the Packers. Because ironically, the Packers game, it was super packed because, of course, it's a win and you're in type of situation for us. So yeah, so the starting of the season and the ending of the season, and also it kind of depends to how the team is doing, because the previous year when the Dolphins, we were 9-8. 9-8 as well. When we had that losing streak on the first half of the season, there was nobody there. No one didn't care. There was plenty of seats empty in the bottom. And sometimes, it's actually happened to me twice. Sometimes if they have extra seats in the front, the ushers will actually come down like, hey, you could go up to get closer if you want to. So they give you that option. But it's all situational. It all depends literally how the Dolphins are doing. So if the Dolphins are having a tremendous season, yeah, there's going to be ushers, there's going to be police officers there checking everyone's ticket to see if they're in the correct section or not.
Yeah. Interesting. Very, very interesting. So anyway, what do you guys want to talk about? What else do you guys have on your mind? We talked running backs. I know people are in the chat. We're talking linebacker. Any thoughts on that?
I would love to get Edmonds somehow. I mean, we could have drafted him, but no, we drafted Crybaby Fitzpatrick. But him or I'd like Pratt. People are saying him. I wouldn't mind him, but
some people are saying we could draft the middle linebacker in the draft. I was looking at the middle linebackers in the draft. There's only maybe 2 people that is considered first-round talent at a middle linebacker position. And after that, it's like, oh, I can get you in the 4th or 5th round,
Looked at linebackers yet in the class.
Yeah, there's, what's his name? Sewell, I think, is there. He's one of the guys.
I need to look at him. I haven't scouted in like a week, but I got to finish the first round, guys, and then I can start looking at guys the Dolphins can get.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not even sure, like, for the NFL side, who's going to be a free agent for middle linebackers. I haven't heard any like names that capture my interest.
Yeah, I mean, usually we know who those guys are. If there's like a big name out there, but there really isn't. I don't think.
No, not this year. If anything, I think we're still going to be screwed, and we're going to probably keep our middle linebackers. It's actually really funny. I just read an article actually not so long ago that Andrew Van Ginkel may actually go to another team.
I've heard that. I kind of think we've moved off of him too. I'll be surprised if we re-sign him, to be honest.
Yeah,
I'm actually looking right now to see.
So I have something on the Andrew Van Ginkel, not like inside scoop or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Dolphins aren't going to be able to afford him. I think the team that's going
Exactly.
to offer him something, the Dolphins won't pay and match. I think the Dolphins wanted and needed linebacker pass rushing out of the scheme they were running so much that they kind of shoehorned AVG into that role, when I think he could be better served as the Sam linebacker, as an off-ball linebacker, handling guys out in the flat, picking up tight ends and running backs and blitzing as an off-ball linebacker. And I think another team will use him like that. And I think we're going to look at AVG and see him just tearing it up. And we're going to be like, damn, I wish we kept Andrew Van Ginkel around here and played him as an off-ball linebacker. Some, kind of how we use Baker now. That's how I think they should have always used him.
There is a guy that is a unrestricted free agent I would hit, Devin Bush. He's still young, bro. His market value is not really high either. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. Let me see what it is. His market value is $3 million. I mean,
I would take Devin Bush all day for that market value.
Yeah, I would too. That's what I'm saying. That's not too bad.
No, for sure.
Especially
absolutely.
with the defensive front, we're going to be, essentially, especially when Fangio gets in this, we're going to be using that defensive front.
We could afford maybe getting. We could re-sign Duke Riley, which I think it's deserved. I mean, he showed me something this year. Then go get Devin Bush, and you could get Edmonds at the same time. Edmonds' market value is not that high either. I know the Buffalo Bills Mafia people are going to say something else about it, but
who?
Edmonds and Devin Bush.
I don't know. Edmonds. I like Edmonds, but I don't know what kind of money he'll be worth.
Does Vic Fangio usually run nickel?
I mean, he runs a base zone all the time. So yeah, he'll run nickel.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a zone defense. It's how he set it up is to do two things pretty much. It's a defense designed to stop the spread offense, but it's also designed to stop outside zone running. So it really gives, like, they'll do like what's known as like a tilt. They'll stack one side of the D line so heavy that it dictates your offensive. They kind of dictate to you, hey, you're gonna have to audible and put your protections to where my defensive line is lining up. I'm gonna put 3 guys all on the guard and tackle on the right side of the field. So you're literally gonna have to bring protection over to that side of the field, and then with it, they'll have like the nickel and the other DBs play on that side of the ball, and it works with the personnel. And what you need in this defense that he wants to bring is a top end safety, which we got, and you need pass rushers, which we got. Everything else you can kind of, work it out. It's not like how we've been running around here where we're playing a lot of man. You need lockdown corners. That's not how they want to do it no more. They want you to have to dictate what plays you're going to do, where they can anticipate you're going to end up going with the football because of their formations defensively. And then the only problem is that, and this is something that if and when Fangio gets hired here and they run this defense that he's going to bring, you're going to see some plays where they're going to leave your safety hung out to dry. And by doing that, I wouldn't be surprised if people are going to be like, oh, Javon Holland had a down year. You know what I'm saying? Because he's literally going to be in certain situations where a running back's going to hit a small gap hole and burst through, and it's going to be up to him to make a tackle 12 yards down the field. You know what I'm saying? Like he's going to be one-on-one, and if he misses that tackle, there's no help. You know what I'm saying? And that's a problem. But you run a defense like this when you have a guy like that. See, it's the thing about defense, really. You run to your personnel, you know. And the Dolphins they believe in Phillips. They believe in Holland. That's why they got those guys. And they believe in the scheme with, so much that they doubled down by signing Agba, who's going to be back, and then getting and trading for Chubb to going that we're going to be a defensive front. We're going to try to create havoc. We're going to dictate the line of scrimmage, which I love. And we're going to put these type of speed guys and these hybrid speed and power guys to cover all kinds of stuff. Because we've seen all year this year, they were trying to do it where Melvin Ingram's dropping back, covering the flat, and it worked a little bit till Ingram started getting a little wore out. That's why they ended up, having Phillips go back to doing it, which I think Phillips has got all the athletic ability in the world to cover the flat out wide or out, over in that area for whoever comes back. But there's going to be some growing pains, and you are definitely people are going to go, man, Javon Holland took a step back because he's going to have a different type of role and a duty where sometimes he's going to be left out to dry. It's going to be his man to pick up streaking downfield. It's going to be his man to pick up. That's the running back that burst through and got past, your linebackers got sucked up in there and there was nobody that laid a hand on him on the line, and he's running full steam ahead and he's got to come up and make that tackle. And if he misses it, that guy's going to the house. You know what I'm saying? So that shit's going to happen. You're going to have to live and die by that sometimes. Schematically, you hope that that's not the case because you have so many guys, Zach Sealer, Christian Wilkins. You got all these dudes. They shouldn't be doing that anyhow. But that's just where we're going. It's what it is, what we're going to have. And Fangio knows he's like the innovator of the defense to stop the spread offense. So I like it. It's kind of what I've been wanting us to. Well, I mean, we're going to have to pivot to it. We didn't have Byron Jones. And Xavier Howard is getting long in the tooth. So it's just where you got to go, especially because you got young guys that dictate it, and Javon Holland and Jalen Phillips, which I think Jalen Phillips is going to be a superstar. So I like it. I think it's a good move. And then you know what? And when you start timing yourself out with money because you've got too much on the D line, you draft corners, they get good, and then you can change around. That's why I like an old head on my defense. Why I like my old head on offense. I like guys who know multiple systems, not a guy who's mastered a system and wants to craft it. I like a guy that goes, yeah, people got injured. I don't have that system. I got to run what these guys can do. Yeah. I don't have these players around here no more because, we can't afford them or we're whatever the case may be. So now we're going back to a more man defense, too high safety with man.
Capitan, you said you want a head coach that not only master different systems, not just master one.
Yeah.
So like the 49ers system.
What do you mean? I'm not understanding you, Brian. What are you saying?
I'm saying you say you want you want an old head coach because he know different systems, not a coach that master one system. So I'm saying the
Yeah.
49er system with Mike McDaniel.
So I mean, I like that. Here's the thing that gives me hope with Mike McDaniel. That wasn't really the 49ers ordeal we ran. He ran a version of it that the 49ers run, but really the offense he had this year is tailor cut and made for Tua. That's why he did so well in it. You know what I'm saying? That's why. It was downfield route concepts for opening windows to beat either when they were in zone to get in those soft spots to be open, or when they were in man to where the route downfield had it to where, you know, they would have to pass off or get around one of their, like a pick play downfield. He had some of those that were good on concept. And he tailor made it for spot throwing for Tua. It wasn't until later in the year. Well, in the Jets game, Saleh chewed him up in his system because he knew what he was doing. And then later and Saleh didn't have, you know, Tua to go against, but I still think he would have did fine early in the year against it when their defense was rocking. When they went against the Niners, they weren't taking the cheese. You know what I'm saying? They were staying at home, knowing you were trying to put it in these, you know, when you look at like a spread thingy and you were in zone defense, you notice those little, here's the X, and then he's got like a bubble around him. That's their zone. So they knew that McDaniel, or at least with Tua, that they're trying to hit the edges of those zones where when you're looking at the screen and here's this guy and here's the two bubbles, they know you're trying to sit right in the middle of that. So what did they do? They just made sure that one of those two guys were going to be there and know that they're responsible for the right side of their zone if someone's there. The other guy's responsible for the left side of his zone. They played more discipline on defense in their zone defense, and they're able to have guys get in the way by either drifting to it or what have you. So when Tua looked in that spot, he didn't just see a teal jersey an aqua jersey or a white jersey. He saw the other team's jersey. So in how he throws and plays football, he's automatically, that ain't there, you know, and he should, because he doesn't possess that flick of the wrist to drill it and thread the needle 20 yards downfield. He just doesn't have it. And that's just a fact. So and McDaniel figured out ways to make that not a case. But once we started going against better coach teams, more better equipped defenses, they started figuring it out, and there was no way for him to pivot. Now, I don't know if is it Mike McDaniel not having an ability to pivot to coach differently? I don't think so, because if you looked when Skylar Thompson came in there, he really tried to run a different style of offense. I think Skylar didn't have enough time to put it as honed better for him as that style of quarterback. But even more so, the starters like Waddle, like Tyreek, like all of them didn't get enough time to work with Skylar to not have all the growing pains you were going to find yourself in with a young quarterback. Whether, number one, a lefty's throwing the ball, it's spinning one way, a righty's now throwing it the other way. I mean, that alone is enough to, if it's enough for when people talked about the ball spinning one way for a left-handed quarterback, then once you've gotten used to it, it's just the exact same for a right hand. You know what I'm saying? So also schematically, everyone's been breaking to the left or the right, whatever, for Tua. Now you got to have everyone flip the script. You know, there's only so many plays that they can get together to have essentially two offenses. This is what makes having a left-handed quarterback a little bit more difficult. It's not just difficult in the extent because of he's left-handed and it spins differently. It's difficult is that if he goes down, you don't have another backup left-handed guy, so everyone's got to kind of flip over. So you literally tell all of your wide receivers, running backs, everybody, blocking, see everything, that you got to learn two offenses because we got one guy that's different and needs special. You know what I'm saying? Again, there's a lot of special treatment going on with this guy. And not that they believe that he's worth the special treatment. I don't think he's proven that yet.
Nope.
And I also don't think that, you know, people forget, but like there's resentment that comes in that. You know what I'm saying? Like these are people too. They will start being resentful that I'm running, doing all this pre-snap motion nonsense because I've got to do more work because this guy can't do enough to just run basic offense and read defenses and go through progressions. It's the reality. He's too short. He said so himself. I can't see what I can't see. If I can't see you, I can't throw the ball. That means I need these throwing lanes. That means that while you're running 30 yards downfield and trying to fight whoever's, guarding you downfield, whatever DB or safeties picked you up, you got to then make sure that you're going to step into my throwing window lane and catch me. Because if I don't see you, I ain't throwing it to you. That's so much extra. Everyone's got to do more because he can't do it. So it's just, I don't know, man. It's a lot of, and I know guys like it, but damn, bro. Mm-hmm. So, but I think McDaniel possesses, Brian, the ability to do more. It hasn't been proven yet, but I think he can because it's not like they ran that exact carbon copy of that Niners that offense. If we come out and it looks more like it, I mean, look, when you master something and you're been in the system for a while, like Shanahan has up there, you draft guys that work that way. You pay guys that fit your scheme. You go get a Christian McCaffrey because you need it. And then a seventh round guy like Brock Purdy can come in there and facilitate and operate it at a high clip because, you've already got it. I'm hoping that that's what we're going to get, but that's really not what we've seen for Tua. It's almost like they had Tua do more because they wanted to know more this whole year to see if he's dynamic. And the reality is he's not. He can be like a Purdy, like a Garoppolo. He could be top tier as far as that goes, but he's not dynamic the way they need him to be, the way McDaniel was trying to get out of him. And he certainly has injury concerns going from not just regular injuries, but now concussions that warrant serious questions that, about long-term with this football team.
I mean, anybody that's like logical and, a Dolphins fan and not like a Tua fan, they'll know it's just risky to, do a fifth-year option with Tua. Like, it's just so much questions. It's like, we could try to see if we got Tua and if we could get an MVP next season. But it's like, you got real quarterbacks in the market. It's like you have a Lamar Jackson out there. You have
buddy.
Tom Brady that's looking at private school in Miami. And then you have Aaron Rodgers talking about he feel like he could be MVP again. So you have three quarterbacks, that want to go out there and win Super Bowls, and you want to go spend this offseason to see, I want to see if Tua got it.
So, something too, Brian, is that the Jets are looking at those quarterbacks. They're trying to get one of those quarterbacks in here, whether it's Carr, which honestly, to me, guys, Carr will be a Jet. It's going to be Derek Carr. That's the guy that lands up there.
I hope so. I hope it's not Lamar.
I hope so too. But it's such like a perfect type of deal, for all parties considered. But Lamar Jackson, I know they're going to go after him. Aaron Rodgers, I know they're really pushing for the Aaron Rodgers. They're going to get the OC, the whole nines to try to get Aaron Rodgers. But if Aaron Rodgers ends up in this division, let's just say they get Aaron Rodgers. He ends up in this division. If we fall short of the playoffs, are they going to then give the excuse, well, it's hard going against Allen and Rodgers?
Special team.
It's like,
they already
that's what they're going to do, Brian. They're going to say, they're going to give them the excuse that it's bullshit because now we got Rodgers and Allen to go in the division. That's why we missed it. It's like, no, fucko. You could have went and got Rodgers your damn self.
Chris,
What's up?
Are you still keen on trading Wilkins?
For as long as getting rid of Wilkins means I get Lamar, I buy Wilkins. Deuces, homie. Deuces. There is
Thing is, I
not.
don't want to pay
There's
$20
very
million for
few
an interior
players. There's
lineman.
very few players. I wouldn't put two players together on this team to go get Wilkins. The two players, no matter what, that I wouldn't. No, well, the few players, no matter what, I wouldn't get rid of is
Hill's one.
Hill's one of them for certain because I want Hill with Lamar. Another one is Jalen Phillips. I mean, if it took just Jalen Phillips to get Lamar, buy Jalen Phillips. But like I'm thinking like in a package role. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Jalen Phillips, Javon Holland,
Yep.
and Tyreek Hill. Those three guys to me are untouchable on this football team, mainly because to get Lamar, I want those guys here with those, with Lamar. Waddle, I would love to keep Waddle, but if it meant losing Waddle to get Lamar, I can live with it, to be honest with you. I can live with it. Christian, if it was Christian Wilkins and Waddle to get Lamar, I would hate it. I would hate it. And we would get ripped off as far as dollar for dollar trade value in the market. If I traded Christian Wilkins for picks and I traded Jalen Waddle for picks, those amount of picks don't amount to what I think the asking price for Lamar is. But if it took both those guys to get it, I wouldn't feel bad about it. Honestly, I'd feel pretty damn good. So the reality in this scenario, this is the fucked up part, Dolphin fans, because one thing even Tua sexuals know for certain is that you can trade Christian Williams to get back picks. You could trade Holland, Phillips, any of these guys you can trade and get back picks and it be worth the value in a trade. You understand what I'm saying? Like you would be like, yeah, you could maybe some ways you win, some ways you lose a little bit, but either way, it's going to be close to their value.
But copy time
perceptively. But hold on, Brian. You know who you ain't going to get any perceptive value for is Tua. If you put Tua on the trade market, you're not getting a first, a third, a fifth, and a next year's first. You ain't getting that shit. You ain't even going to get, who knows? You probably don't even get a first. Even if it was like a late first and like 28th pick in the first round.
You won't get a first. You'll get a third. You won't get a first.
What do you mean? He's almost MVP. He's number one in QBR. He's number one in a lot of QB categories. Like, come on. How will he not get a first round pick?
I'll tell you why. He's the number one most injured quarterback in the fucking league. That's why, buddy.
He's better than Justin Herbert. He's better than Joe Burrow. He's better than Trayvon.
No, he's not.
Hold on. Listen, he's right. Brian is right. So just so all those teams that are listening out there, Tua is a top 8 quarterback. He's number one in efficiency. He's a number one quarterback, man. So you guys should really be getting on the horn to Chris Greer. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Brian.
Exactly. You guys are Tua haters. Tua has proven when he's on the field, especially in November, that he could play like an MVP. So we just need to run it back. We fired the defense. The defense was our problem. We got get a new defensive coordinator. Yeah. And then if Tua stay healthy,
as long as that stupid O-line doesn't just, get him murdered out there, Brian.
Exactly. Offensive line.
Yep.
They need to block better.
You know what? The Carolina Panthers, they really need to get their act together and really make us an offer on Tua. They should really think about their situation.
Their 8th pick for him.
You know what? We're willing to field offers. I don't need like all of your first round draft picks for the next 5 years or something like that. So I don't. What's going to end up happening is Lamar's going to end up doing the non-exclusive tag and going to be able to field offers from other teams.
Yeah.
And if the Ravens don't beat the offer and he goes to a different team, they'll get 2 first-round draft picks. Yeah. If that scenario comes out, bro, I'm all over that.
Wait, Kapitan, what am I hearing in the comment section that Tua mom and dad say he's going to be a quarterback for the Dolphins?
Well, they didn't say for the Dolphins. They just said he's going to be
Yeah.
playing quarterback this year.
That's all they said. Is
Okay.
their verbiage was that they said Miami loves him, he loves Miami, and we love Miami. He's coming back for sure, and that's what they said. So,
Well, not
but
coming, he has a clear concussion protocol.
what?
He has a clear concussion protocol. So how could he be back?
He can't even
I know,
play
but nonetheless,
in the friggin'
though,
flag
I
football
think
game.
I think Jermaine was being somewhat sarcastic. I don't know, but who gives a fuck what somebody's parents say? At the end of the day, that's not concrete.
Yeah.
Just ask the referee that told people at the soccer game to shut their mouths or else they can leave. The kids will enjoy the game.
What's up, John? Welcome
Hello.
to the panel, bud.
Yeah, a lot of interesting topics. Well, especially about the Dolphins moving forward. I mean, you guys know your stuff, and I love listening. So
Appreciate you, bud.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I have a completely different plan than everyone else.
Let's hear it.
I think it's very unpopular, but I think the Dolphins should just Cincinnati this thing. Have Tua, let him stink up the joint, win 3-4 games, get Caleb Williams, the next Mahomes-esque, and then have a dynasty, and then stop. Yeah, and then stop this. Trying to be a mediocre purgatory team every year. I mean,
well, we tried that, but Brian Flores' ego got in the way. We tried to tank. Ross wanted that, but Flores, he's not only
This
a
team's
rat,
too talented
his ego
to
got in
tank
the
right
way.
now, bro. Like you could try to tank, but look at all the talent on this roster. Like, good luck. Like, good luck getting all those guys to even not just go off and win you a game or two on their own. Any one of these guys, defense or offensively. Like, you'd have to literally, everyone would have to get bit by the injury bug all at the same time, quote unquote, to tank a football team this good. Even with 31 free agents coming up, we lost all of them. All the guys that are under contract alone that we're paying decent money to is enough to be a good football team as far as starting goes.
If we're going to try tanking again, we do it for Arch Manning in like 3-4 years.
That could work. He's a pretty good quarterback.
I don't know. Greg wants AR-15, man.
Yeah, he won't be there. He'll be
Archibald Manning in 4 years.
I don't know. Get off this.
That's kind of what Ali says. Ali's like, look, 2024's got the quarterbacks, all that stuff. To me, the problem is that this team is
prideful,
so loaded now to win. That this should be the year, bro. This should be the year. And if we had any certainties with Tua, I would be calling for this team to win this division.
Well, then, if that's your plan, you need to Laramie Tunsil, Christian Wilkins.
Yeah.
Get Seattle's 20th overall pick and 52nd overall pick. Bring in Brady for a $10 million cap hit. Have Tua be the backup and learn under the grow and how to learn defenses and progress. And then you can go and try and win the whole thing this year and beat the Bengals and Chiefs in the AFC and go.
Get backup. Yeah,
that's Brian's right. I don't think Tua's ego.
Not with that agent. Not when money's on the line. Not when the fifth year options on the line.
Yep. And also, I feel I question. All these Tua like diehards say like, oh, Tua's the type of guy he'll take less money. I think it's the opposite. I think he's looking at my career ain't going to be a 15, 20-year long career. I don't even think he wants a career like that personally. I think he's thinking, I want to get in this game for 8 years and come out with $100+ million cold. You know what I'm saying? And that, to me, come contract time, he's playing hardball just like Lamar is, just like a lot of these guys are. The problem is Lamar's proven MVP status. Tua has only just proven that he can play when it works for him almost.
Yeah, but does he have he has inconsistent and medical. Can he be in a position to demand anything, really?
No, but he can hold your team hostage, can he?
How can he hold us hostage?
What are you talking about?
They don't have to pick up the option, right? They don't have to pick up the option.
Who are they going to? Right now, the team is outside of
Jimmy G. Jimmy G is better than Tua. I'll take him.
Jimmy, that's the same.
I got you. But he's holding him hostage in two different ways. One with him being on the field, and two, him burning his own value to prevent a trade. Burning his own value for
he can just ride the pine as a backup, and they'll just tell him shut the F up.
Now, Jay,
he doesn't have the clout.
That's exactly what Brian Flores did, and what happened.
Yeah, if they pander to him, then they get what they deserve.
It wasn't about pandering. It was about not doing what they wanted. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man.
Honestly,
so many other things are going on beyond all of what is said in the back. I mean, there's 32 teams, and then there's all these players, and each one of them are their own private business. They're all subcontractors, pretty much signing contracts for their services to a team, to an organization, and they're beholden, to the team because they want to win. They got the guys, but they're really beholden to themselves and their own brand. And when that becomes threatened in some way for the financial stuff, I don't think Tua thinks he's going to have a lengthy career. I don't see how he could. And so he's going to want all the money he can get and get it any way he can. And I don't blame the man for acting in his best interest, but I do blame him when it hurts my football team.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but no one's going to give him that money because the guy's injury prone.
Well, you know what?
No one will give him anything.
Yeah, but again, he's already made what? 30 million, something like that.
Yeah, he can go on ESPN College Game Day and make tons of money. I mean,
sure, that's the twilight year. Right now, the big money that he can make is now. And guess what? That ESPN deal gets even bigger if he does something, even just notable in the slightest bit. Plus, remember all the other shit they got. The quarterback things, the Trent Dilfer fucking quarterback stuff, that whole fucking nonsense. All that shit, bro. Again, if he can figure a way to even get a $90 million contract, you know what I'm saying? He can get a Ryan Tannehill type deal from the Dolphins. You stack up his rookie deal from being a 5th overall pick and a Ryan Tannehill type deal, he'll have made $100 million. He'll have hit his goal.
But the schedule is too brutal for him to play at an elite level to warrant that contract, though. Have you seen the schedule, the opponents for next year?
Yeah, you know what? Again, and I see that second hardest schedule and stuff, but again, guys, like, when the Dolphins not had the 5th or 6th or higher hardest schedule? And also, that's how they're perceived now. One of those divisions is going to take a shit, and another one of those divisions are going to take a giant step forward. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you there. There's always at least 3 teams that are viewed as powerhouses, contenders.
And before you know it, they fired all their coaches.
They fold. Yeah.
Yeah, but Tua would have to have a Nick Foles type of year in order for that to happen, and he's never done that in 3 years. So I don't expect it in year 4.
He can't do it. He can't even stay on the field.
Right.
It's pathetic.
He's going to miss about half the games a year or close to it. And then when he does play against elite teams, San Francisco, Chargers.
He's number one in QBR, even with the 5.
Brock Purdy's number 1 in QBR.
He was number 1 in QBR.
No, it's Brock Purdy.
Purdy is no Turdy. I wish we had Brock.
It's not Brock Purdy.
Listen to me, guys. Brock's just a guy. Honestly, Brock's good. I like Brock as far as being good enough, but again, he's not what I want. What I want is not regular. You want something that is spectacular at your quarterback position. You know why? Because that guy's going to get paid spectacularly. That's why. You need something that is a freak of nature. You need Aaron Rodgers. You need Patrick Mahomes. You need whatever. I know people don't get better, remember, but
Purdy's going to get better, Chris. I think he's going to get a lot better.
Maybe next year he comes down to earth. Honestly,
maybe.
I would not be surprised if in 4 years from now nobody remembers Purdy. You know what I'm saying? These guys, their star shines and then they fizzle out.
It's pretty
Happens a
hard to
lot.
do
Will
that.
if they win the Super Bowl.
Baker Mayfield Capitan?
I don't see any reason why not. You know what I'm saying? I don't look at Purdy and think, holy shit, that guy's got a cannon. Man, look at Purdy. That guy's got legs. He can move.
Throws. He was making
He
some
reminds me of Tom Brady.
Skittles.
I got that. Tom Brady, again, is really the outlier. Guys, but Tom Brady, what did Tom Brady have? He was a psychopath about football. Just like, Tom Brady is the guy who has the picture of where the Super Bowl's at in his locker room, and he has an expensive painting of it made, put it in the locker room, and everyone's like, the fuck is that? You know, like, no, that's where we're going, bitches. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's crazy, demands it out of the people around him. Tua ain't that guy. He's not demanding shit from nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Not.
And
he's soft.
I don't know if I'd call it soft, but he certainly isn't a psychopath in the way that it is. Same thing with Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning, he studied so much. The guy was there 24 hours a day. He's in the books. He's learning that defense. He knows what the defensive coordinator's son's name is. You know what I'm saying? That has nothing to do with football and what college he goes to. He just does all his homework. Tua ain't doing that shit. You know, there's guys that are like Brock Purdy-esque. They got to go beyond. They're Tua-esque. They're not too dissimilar. Now, maybe Tua is lesser than Brock Purdy. We'll know later down the line. If Brock Purdy ends up never getting injured and plays this way he is, he'll be leaps and bounds better than Tua ever was, just on being without the rocket arm, without the dynamic football running ability that some quarterbacks got, all that stuff. And that's another thing that irritates the hell out of me. You know, it used to be a time where you got a young quarterback or a rookie quarterback, and you can at least count on them being athletic, more athletic than the guys around them. You ain't even got that from Tua. That's irritating as hell, bro. He ain't running away from people. He ain't scaring defenses with his legs and running ability. You know what I'm saying?
Ryan Tannehill could do that. At least he could fucking run the ball.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. It's just
Tannehill's better than Tua, in my opinion. He's not a good quarterback, but in my opinion, he's better.
Again,
they're both mediocre. You're right, Chris.
If you were filling up a glass, if you had 5 glasses and you were going to fill up one jug, and you put this guy has this amount of athletic ability, this guy has this amount of accuracy, this guy has this. When you took all the glasses of quarterback and then you filled it into one cup, I think it would measure out to the same amount as Tua. But what I need is somebody that has a full cup where he's got an undeniably strong arm and he can thread the needle. Now, and then he can do something else. It's how you look at a guy like Josh Allen. He can run. He was bulldozing people. He had a freakishly strong arm. Didn't have an ability to be accurate. Wasn't a great pocket passer and stuff like that. But he obviously worked hard enough to hone in those things. He still gets, crazy eyes and fails in the big moments. Whether that can be corrected, I don't know. I don't think so. But my point is that you got to have, it's just like high school to college where there's all great football players, but between your measurables and what makes you different than the rest, whether you're the fastest guy on the field, you can jump the highest, you're the biggest and strongest, that it just separates. And then from the NFL, there's a lot of guys, there's a lot of NFL players that, they come in, free agent, drafted 4 years, and they're gone. Not for long. The guys that stick around, the guys that become names, they have something else. It's usually work ethic. It's usually, freakish athlete type of stuff. And then, everything else in between, you're just going to wash out. You either have the work ethic to be able to evolve, grow, and be something more and better and crazy. Steve Smith, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He just wanted it more. He worked harder. You know what I'm saying? Larry Fitzgerald, he has all these tools and stuff. He's not like Julio Jones. Julio Jones is a freak, But do you see that you can see why these guys are who they are in the NFL? What are those special superior qualities of Tua? He's super accurate. The fuck does fuck super accuracy? Like, okay, I get it. You don't turn the ball over like gotcha. So you're not shooting yourself in the foot. How is he gonna pull me out of a jam? What's he gonna do to pull me out of a jam?
He did pull you out of jam. He pulled you out of the jam in the Ravens.
You're right, Brian. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, but Brian, Brian, did he pull you out of a jams in a Packers game?
No, he got me in the jam.
He was concussed. He was concussed. It was not his fault. He had concussion. It was not his fault.
It was not. Was it his fault in the Chargers game?
Well, he lost us that game. He lost us. So did Boyer, though. To be fair, San Francisco game we got beat because of Tua. Tua fucked that whole thing up.
For every Baltimore game
fair, Chris?
you get San Francisco and the Chargers, right?
That was the defense. The defense allowed them to score. Like if we had better defense,
what does that have to do with Tua's performance?
Tua missed wide open targets in that San Francisco game. It was awful.
You know, I can let a bad game go.
Yeah,
again,
I can too. One's fair, but there's others.
See, we can dissect performances in games. You know what I'm saying? Like we can go into his good performances, his bad performances, all the context in between. He played against a bad team, had a great performance. He played against a good team, had a bad performance. You know, all the stuff, all the reality of it is that what separates Tua from being more of a Patrick Mahomes type or more of a what's the dude I'm thinking of?
Burrow?
Who's the guy who had that? Huh?
Burrow?
No, Burrow and Patrick Mahomes, I would say, are kind of the Tua being more of those type of quarterbacks than from him being more of a God, dude. He's the backup in Buffalo right now. What's his name?
What's his name? Not Case Keenum.
Casey Keenum. Casey Keenum. That's right. Casey Keenum. Like Casey Keenum, decent enough quarterback. He had a flash year in Minnesota, remember? And then now, like, he's just a guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, Tua and Casey Keenum, like, what's the real massive difference there?
None.
Like, I'm not talking about in the numbers. I'm not talking about what he did. I'm not talking about where they were drafted or where the hype is. I'm talking about just like makeup, type of quarterback, abilities.
We got to talk about the numbers because last time I checked, Tua is the best quarterback since Dan Marino that the Dolphins had.
That's right, Brian. You're right. Brian is right.
You guys should be grateful that you guys finally have a good quarterback that's doing good quarterback things. You guys should be happy about that.
Chad Pennington was better than Tua. Chad Pennington for 1 year was better than Tua before he got injured.
Grass greener on the other side. You guys want to be the Denver Broncos all over again, huh?
No, they just need a quarterback.
TD said something the other night. And when I went over there and hung out with him for like the last 20 minutes of the show or so, and they were arguing. He was saying, the Dolphins need to draft a quarterback every year until they hit. And
yeah, I remember.
And he goes, they were like, well, you'll be 8, you'll be 8-8 and miss the playoffs. He goes, how the hell is that any different than what we're getting? We got all these players, all this money, all this talent, but what are we getting anymore? Look at the last 20 years. It's gotten us nothing since. And it's something I've said a lot lately. I said, look, and when I've really started paying attention to the team, because I played football, my whole from 7 till I graduated high school. And I was a diehard Dolphins fan. And when I played Pop Warner and Lake Lytle and West Palm, they do like a draft. And I've always played on the Dolphins team, which was awesome because it would have sucked to play on a different team. Anyhow, the thing is that we had Dan and we had Don, and then when we lost Don, the goal was, hey, we got to get a franchise coach for our franchise quarterback. We thought we had it with Jimmy. We thought we had it with the other guys. Before you know it, Dan is gone. Now it's, hey, we got to get a franchise coach and we got to get a franchise quarterback. And like, it's hard to get one and the other. So sometimes we were like, let's get the coach, then he can find the quarterback. Let's get the quarterback, and then we'll find the coach to fit him. I really think that you got to get the coach, then have him, a guy you believe, pick the quarterback, and hopefully you're right. Or at least the GM pick it. But the reality is now in today's game, it's becoming more and more of a players' league than it ever has been, especially with the money being so lopsided for the quarterback. If you don't have a franchise quarterback, you have nothing. You have nothing. You don't have anything at all. I don't give a shit how many wide receivers you buy. I don't care how many running backs you buy, draft, O-lineman, because a franchise quarterback, depending on what his skill set is, can make up for so much of that. If he's a dynamic athlete, if you have bad O-line, but you have good weapons, he can run around and get away and make up for that. So the allocation of funds can be spread evenly on the offense.
Burrow.
If he's a dynamic passer, then it doesn't really matter who the targets are. How many no-name guys did Tom Brady create up there? How many no-name guys did Aaron Rodgers create?
A bunch.
Yep.
That's what great passers
I'm pretty
do.
sure
They make
Rodgers,
superstars.
I'm pretty sure Aaron Rodgers is the reason why Randall Cobb and Jordy Nelson exist.
That's right. And when those guys leave, they become nothing.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? They become nothing. And so,
Tom Brady turned Wes Welker into a stud.
I mean, Wes
Before
Welker
that,
was
he was
always
garbage.
good, but he became, a fucking gold jacket talk about guy because of him. Again, Wes Welker.
Daniel Mendola.
When it goes back to my argument earlier, he's small, undersized. He's not super fast. So what did he do? He became super astute in the game. He became an absolute psychopath about being the best he could be. His route running is so good. They do so many. They know they have limitations. They accept it about themselves. So they go, hey, I got to work harder to make up for my limitations. I don't think Tua believes he has limitations. And I don't think he thinks he needs to work any harder to make up for him. And that's really the problem. That's the problem. And his fans, he says he does, he can make all the throws. He can do all. No, bro, you need to fucking work harder because that's what we deserve. I don't think he gives a shit about giving us what we deserve. And I don't blame him in some extent because he just got here. We're putting 20 years of failure on a younger guy. He's like, hey, I just got to be me. Well, yes and no. Burrow gets there to Cincinnati, and Burrow isn't like dynamic all over the place, but he's obviously an amazing leader and a fighter, and people follow him, and he's working super hard, and he's got all the other intangibles to uplift. He can make all the throws. He's a great pocket passer. He's not super dynamic out of the run game, but he can. Tua should be more like him in that way. For whatever it is, Burrow's doing more than Tua is to have this success. Burrow got injured. He bounced back. Took his team to the Super Bowl. He's fucking trying to take him again. He probably will. Honestly, if they win, if they beat the Chiefs, and I'm predicting it, and they go against the Niners, if the Niners somehow beat the Eagles, Burrow's going to win the Super Bowl against the Niners. If Burrow plays against the Niners, I think Burrow
I don't know about that.
If Burrow plays against the
Eagles,
honestly, it's a toss-up. I think the Eagles will win, but it's pretty damn close.
I honestly think 49ers somehow win. They're going to win the Super Bowl. That defense is amazing.
It's not happening, bro.
But I'm always wrong.
I don't think the Eagles. I think dude. I'm telling you, I think the Eagles win by 14 or more points.
I could see that too.
I'm telling you guys. I think the Brock Purdy love train ends. Not that they're not going to stop, but I think it comes to an end tomorrow. Tomorrow. because we're
today's
literally
Saturday.
on Saturday. Yeah, it's an hour on Saturday. Speaking of which, let's get some closing statements, guys. Let's go with you, Geraldo.
Not really much to say, guys. It's gonna be interesting off season. We'll see the direction the Dolphins go. Hopefully, we'll get the good news that Vic Fangio is gonna be our defensive coordinator in a couple of weeks after they get all the interviews out the way. But
well, they gotta. He contractually he can't sign until the Eagles season is over. So
right
as a consultant, because he is under contract as an Eagles representative. I guess the Eagles could terminate the contract if they deemed so. So if they decide to do the favor, I don't know if you caught me in the beginning of the show, but did you hear about the Eagles, the rumors that they're going to keep their DC?
Yes, I actually I did see that.
That's signaling to me the stuff I put out that my sources gave me about Fangio told the Dolphins that he loves it. They've agreed to terms essentially, and that he just needed to check with his family pretty much as far as the whole thing goes. And the only other thing that I was told that could really be a screwdriver that the Dolphins could foresee hurting them would be if he took the Eagles DC job. But now with the Eagles saying that they're keeping their DC, I think they've only put that out because they've become aware that Fangio is not going to sign with them because he intends to sign with the Dolphins.
Could he be the 49ers DC? I heard something about Fangio. Couldn't he be the 49ers DC if the guy leaves for the job, head coach?
Okay, so think about what you're saying there.
The 49ers DC gets a head coach.
The head coaching job. So Fangio is going to come in as the fill-in guy now. You know what I'm saying? Like Fangio comes here and solidifies himself with a dual role. He's probably going to get assistant head coach as well. That's really that. It's a dual role. I wasn't told exactly what it's going to be, but that's whether it's whatever it is, he's going to get a dual role. You think Shanahan doesn't need another head. I think, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole deal. I'm telling you guys, the only other thing that hasn't been mentioned to me would be if he wanted a head coaching job. I just don't see him taking a head coaching job. Like what head coaching job would be there for a guy like him to walk into day one and have the control he would want? I don't even think he's interested in having all that. He wants to be a DC on a team where he can have all the control for the defensive thing. And Mike McDaniel's the exact type of guy that says, this is your defense, take it over. I ain't going to fuck with it at all. All these other head coaches are going to be like, yeah, this is my team. You're my defensive coordinator. I don't think that's going to fly. And then the other situations are he's walking into, you might be like, okay, with Carolina. Do you think he wants to start a whole new rebuild team and try to be something by the end of the year to maybe build next year? No. I don't even know how long Fangio plans on staying around in Miami. I think he wants success and wants to get, playoff success or championship success. Man, I'm fucking stumbling. In a short amount of time. So probably not interested in building a whole roster and doing that whole fucking thing. Not that he wouldn't be interested in making some draft picks, but I think you're picking up what I'm putting down. So.
Yeah,
but go ahead, Geraldo. Yeah, finish up.
Yeah, no, that's it for now. Thank you guys. Thank you, Capitón, tu sabes, having me up here. I appreciate everything, you guys. Catch you guys on the next one. Everyone, have a good night.
Peace out, brother. Take it easy, man. So, Jay, give us some. What's your Tua brain there, Jay?
Yeah, I know. I don't know what more to really say. I mean, I'll watch the games. I'm kind of going for San Francisco to win it all. Cinderella story. Birdie, 7th rounder, Mr. Irrelevant.
Cinderella boy, Cinderella story. Tears in his eyes.
That's what I like stories. Yeah, that's right. Tears in his eyes. Fucking right. I love that stuff. So I hope San Francisco wins.
Everyone does, but that story comes to an abrupt ending, and it's gonna be
think
Bengals,
so.
Eagles. Yep.
I think San Francisco
Bengals,
pulls out
Eagles.
5. To all our Bills fans, Kyle Shanahan does choke just like the Bills choke. So maybe Chris is on to something when he says Philadelphia is going to win.
Philadelphia gonna handle their business, and it's gonna be ugly. I'm predicting like 34 to like 20. I'm telling you.
Did you say that last week about the Cowboys doing the same thing?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I said Cowboys gonna lose.
Oh.
Cowboys choke too in the playoffs.
Yeah, bro.
They haven't done good since the 90s in the playoffs.
Oh yeah,
That's all I gotta say.
All right, see you, Jay. Take it
See
easy,
you,
bud.
Jake.
John.
Yeah, I just think that there's 2 ways to go about it. I don't really trust Greer, but I think you got to have a Tua plan and cover up more of his flaws to get the results that you want to go more in the postseason. That's solidifying left guard, right tackle, getting a quality running back, making sure that everything is completely around him like you had at Bama when he had 4 first-round receivers. And then from there, try and go as far as you can. But I do think that since he said that Tua was the starter in the presser, I think you just go all out and try and hide his flaws as best as you can. Like they did with Tyreek and Armstead, and when they overpaid for that. So Dolphins, I mean, I see them as a first-round exit team unless they really make some crazy moves. But it's an interesting team that has a lot of potential. If they really did it right, I think they should Christian Wilkins, Laramie Tunsil that thing and really.
I agree.
Try and go after Kansas City and Cincinnati and do that thing. Because I wanted to ask you, El Capitan, let's say you do Christian Wilkins, Laramie Tunsil, and you get like Seattle's 20th overall and the 52 overall. How would you use that extra capital to improve the roster?
I would draft a cornerback with that 20th pick.
Okay.
Damn. I don't think that's enough for Wilkins.
No, you would get a 1, a 2, and a 2 the following year. But it's just
still, I don't know if that's enough for Wilkins. But if that's what I'm taking for him,
right?
I'm calling up the Ravens and saying I'm gonna give you 2 first rounders and 3 second rounders for Lamar Jackson. That's what I'm doing with it.
Very good.
That's what I would do. And then I would take, I would field offers for Tua. I'd take what I could get for him and recoup those assets. And that's what I would do. And I would say I'm riding this bitch till the wheels fall off with the team I got. We ain't trade nobody. We'll pick up some free agent guys here and there. And I'm going to let my draft guys, pick with whatever picks we got left, trying to fill out the bottom end of our roster, and I'm running for the next 3 years. Because by the time the Lamar money hits, which I would have it all hit in year 4, I'm in rebuild mode. Lamar's gonna be out with injury week 3, and we're tanking that year, and we're trying to go for the number 1 pick in the draft year 4. That's how you do it. That's how good fucking teams do it, right there. They go for broke 3 years, and then they fucking go broke in year 4 and
like
tank and go and get the first. Thank you. Just like the Rams. Exactly how it's done.
What if the Rams and Lamar, let's just say, like, going from checkers to chess, right? Let's say Ross is like, okay, you get a fully guaranteed contract, but we want you to Brady this thing. So you get a small ownership percentage. You count like a $15 million cap hit for a good while, and we can stack the roster and we'll get Super Bowls. What do you think about that?
As long as I'm getting Super Bowls, bro, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't give a shit. I don't want to know any. I want a whole team, a bunch of nobodies if it gets to be Super Bowls. I don't care what it is. Honestly, the move I'm going to be watching is if Lamar ends up getting traded to the Lions.
Ooh.
Makes sense.
They have the capital, and they got a quarterback that they can that the Ravens might be interested in taking as well.
My God.
If that ends up happening, I am literally gonna think,
disaster.
believe
Lamar
that.
and the Lions. Oh my
Listen.
God, they're winning the Super Bowl.
I am literally going to say that Stephen Ross made that happen. Because Stephen Ross's daughter and him own like all of Michigan, like the entire state. They own any land of value. Like they own it. They own everything.
Yeah, he went to University of Michigan, right?
Yeah.
Yes, but his daughter is like she like runs like the entire ordeal up in Detroit. She might even be the Detroit Lions owner one day.
Yeah.
Like no shit.
Wow.
Yeah. So and him, like, you know, Shake Money, one of the guys with the channel here, he said it best. He goes, "We are Stephen Ross's side chick.
Yes.
We'll get the nice cars, we'll get the good vacations, but we're never gonna get the ring."
Yep.
He's gonna do all the fun stuff with us. He's gonna take us to the racetrack. He's gonna take us to the awesome tennis match. He's gonna fly us on a European vacation, but he's gonna go home to his wife and kids that he's married to.
Yep.
That's what we are to him. And honestly, he's on the money. That's how we're being treated. That's what it is. He spends all his money, puts racetracks around here. The land and value he got. He's a fucking real estate mogul. He don't give a fuck about giving us a Super Bowl. He cares about winning on money, and he is fucking winning. And if you know what he does care about, he cares about where he spends all his time. New York. Michigan.
Yeah.
I want to be a part.
Why do you think he hasn't fired Greer?
Because he knows who the Lions are.
Greer ain't failed his job. You want to know why? Greer has failed to us.
Yeah,
but Greer don't work for us. He works for Ross. You know what? Ain't nobody calling for Ross's head with any validity. Greer is good at getting the fan base to fight each other, to focus on the wrong things, live on hope, and repeat and rinse and repeat. Repeat, rinse, and repeat.
Yeah, he's ruined this whole rebuild. The Dolphins should be Super Bowl contenders by now, honestly.
And he's laid it at the feet of people that get fired. We had the best fucking defense I've ever seen in Miami my whole fucking life. And both the guys that were there making it happen are fucking gone. Explain that to me.
Yeah.
Fuck. How the hell, dude? We're like, man, this defense is so good. We better fire everybody around here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Bums.
It's crazy to me, bro. But it is what it is, and the fan base will endure and be good little boys and girls because Daddy said so. Fuck that, dude. That's why I got this channel. That's why I got this program. That's why I got the guys that come around and come up, because eventually one day it's going to have X amount of subscribers, it's going to have X amount of members, and when it's big enough and strong enough, we're going to mobilize this motherfucker, and we're gonna make sure shit changes around here. That's the only way. You got to voice your opinion some way, somehow. And I don't know how it's going to come to fruition, but some big act by the fan base is going to change this football.
Absolutely.
So, all right, John, I appreciate you.
I appreciate it. Absolutely. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Take care, brother.
Yep.
Greg, how do we fix this motherfucker, dog? And your final thoughts?
Listen, all you Tua haters, you need to stop. Tua's our quarterback. You need to hop on the train. Next year, we have the second toughest schedule. Doesn't matter. Tua played in the SEC. He's going to dominate just like he did at Alabama. We going 17-0 next year.
Yeah, Tua's gonna make it. You're gonna make the big time.
Nah, but on all seriousness, we need to do whatever we can to trade up in the draft and get Anthony Richardson. Have him sit a year, let him develop, and let's have him roll out, and he'll be our franchise quarterback.
You know, it almost, if you can get the 31st or the 32nd pick in the draft and trade up, because really the thing with a guy like Anthony Richardson, he might fall to the second round.
Yeah.
But honestly, you might want to get him in the first just for the 5th-year option, because he's going to take some developmental time.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
But I don't. It's not happening. Sorry,
it's not
Greg.
happening. It's
not happening.
No.
It's not.
I know.
If
We're
it
gonna
does,
sign Tua.
I'm shocked.
We're gonna sign Tua for like a 10-year $300 million deal.
Well, that's just it, bro. It ain't even gonna take that to fuck this whole thing up. It's not. It could be billed as like, oh man, the most friendliest team contract ever. Dolphins at the end of next year give Tua, a 40-year extension worth $125 million guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
That'll destroy this fan base. It'll destroy the organization, the dead cap, the lack, man. It'll do exactly what Tannehill did.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's literally the same timeline we're on that bitch.
It's sad.
Rinse and repeat, bro.
We
now, could he come out? Could he come out and, his neck is all huge and his traps are big and he looks like a fucking shit brick house and his arm looks stronger and he's got the eye of the tiger all fucking day, in interviews. He just looks like a different guy. Sure. I don't foresee it and I won't expect it. But could he come out and be a brand new dude next year? Maybe. I just don't see how that's going to happen.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Yeah, it's just sad at this point. We don't deserve this. We need a franchise quarterback, none of these 7-year bums.
I know, bro. Tired of it.
Tired.
If that's the case, you might as well just sign him to a 20-year deal, you know what I'm saying, for $5 million a year.
Yeah.
If you did something like that, then you can control your cap and, get rid of him and say, yeah, we're going to carry $5 million a year for the next 15 years dead in cap. You know what I'm saying? That's a good move. Ooh, that's a good plan. That's a really good plan I just did right there.
Yeah.
Not for Tua, but for like someone in this situation, and then I would backdoor it with a contract that, hey, you got to play this amount of games after this amount of years per year to get your money guaranteed.
Yep.
There you go. All right, Greg, we'll see you later, bud.
See ya, man. Have a good one.
Later, bro. All right, everybody. We went all over this bad boy. Went for 4 hours. Didn't mean to, but we did. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, subscribing if you're new, and check out all the great shows we got on the network. Become a member. Hit the join button, guys. We need more members. We need all the members. And we'll see you guys next time, man. Fins up, everybody.